Good morning. Welcome to Joint Corporations Committee. Roll call. I don't know if we have to do it, but I think we will.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for June 30th, 2022. Senator Boner.
Here.
Senator Case. Senator Nethercott. Senator Scott.
Here.
Representative Blackburn.
Excuse.
Representative Burt. Representative Clausen. Representative Duncan. Representative Ayer.
Here.
Representative LeBeau. Representative McGuire. Representative Roscoe. Co-Chairman Zwaniter.
Here.
Chairman Driscoll.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank everybody on the committee for yesterday. Sorry for my absence. I had a forum to go to at the end of the day. We'll bail right into liquor laws and license issues. If you want to come on up and we'll bail right into overview and have a discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Tom Montoya with the Wyoming Department of Revenue Liquor Division. I'll be very short and brief. I did have LSO send a copy of a census report. This is probably the report at the Liquor Division that we probably use most, and we send it to a lot of local licensing authorities. Basically, you can look at it as just really a phone book with all the numbers tallied for every town and county in the state. This will have information for all 122 licensing authorities in the state. And basically what it is we just update this monthly, but really this report changes on a daily basis. I've been noticing my emails here lately that there have just been a ton of changes, whether they're transfers, new people will end their business and then somebody else will buy a business 2 months later. It just seems like it's forever changing. But really what this does is this will look at all the different liquor licenses in the state. For instance, on the very first line of the very first page, we're looking at Albany County, and it will have a population number. Statutes require the Liquor Division to update the population numbers and the population formula allocation for certain licenses every 5 years. We do it on the 10-year census, and then we do it on the 5-year estimate that we get from the Department of Administration and Information. So to look at the city of Laramie, they have a population in 2020 of 31,407. Per the allocation of retail liquor licenses, they have 27 authorized. They have all 27 issued, so they have none available. And that goes along for restaurant liquor licenses, how many they have issued. In 2015, the population formula for restaurant liquor licenses went away. So every jurisdiction can issue as many restaurant liquor licenses as they choose. It goes along for bar and grill licenses, which is probably one of the newest liquor licenses out there. And they have 10 authorized by the population formula in statute. They have 7 of those issued. They have 3 available per this report. That could actually be a different number today, depending on what is in the pipeline. Different city councils have different meetings at different times. So I know the city of Cheyenne, these numbers are probably needing to be updated as we speak because we have some in the pipeline. I think one was just issued here at the beginning of the week. So it changes all the time, but this gives us a good indication of what they are. And basically that's what I have for you. And I will be here to answer any questions. I know that Mr. Mosier and some mayors are here to talk about this issue.
Questions for Mr. Montoya? I have one. We're doing a high level. What changes do you see from your end that you think make sense? We're looking at lots of license, lots of stuff. What would make sense through your eyes of changes to make things more efficient for the cities and towns and for your department as well?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. I've been at this for 31 years now. I've seen a lot of changes, but basically, it's really up to you folks and, up to the folks that are going to be involved. The liquor division really just will enforce whatever's on the book. We'll do what is required of us, but as far as what should be done, that's up to you folks.
Thank you. Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Looking at all these licenses that are population based, do we do any sort of adjustment for like tourist towns that have high amounts of extra traffic? It's just something that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, that's a great question. No, we don't. It's just one standard number in the statute. In fact, the last page of the handout that I had will tell you the totals. It's actually the second to last page. Will tell you the numbers of all those licenses, but there are no adjustments for tourist towns.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. Social club licenses, are those only allowed for nonprofit or can you profit on those? I had that question this morning.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, those are for nonprofit. They have certain requirements that they have to meet to be a social club license. In fact, all of the limited retail licenses have very strict requirements to be able, and that's why you don't see very many of them. If you're a VFW, you have federal level requirements to just be a VFW. If it's a Moose, you have to have national charter. If it's an Eagles, again, national charter. For social club licenses, you got to be nonprofit, 501c3. There's just a lot of requirements for social club licenses.
Thank you. Representative Bear, excuse me, sorry I missed.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see in Carbon County, there are more licenses issued than are authorized. Can you explain how come? I think that's the only county that occurs in. Can you tell me why that happens?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, that's a really good question. Absolutely, it does happen. And the reason that happens is for the reasons. One, a town may annex part of a county and they'll bring in a liquor license for it. That's not usually the reason for the annexation. They don't do it just for the bars, but a bar just happens to be in the town and they annex that liquor license. Another reason being is, a town may have lost a lot of population. And that happens, especially in towns that are really energy related, where you'll see the population will fluctuate over the years. And so they'll be over allocated, but we don't go in and say, okay, town, you have to get rid of one of your bars. They're just over allocated. And we just give them a warning that make sure that everybody renews. If anybody gets it revoked, it goes away. You lose it in the pool, but there are a few of them that are over allocated, but it's either for population numbers decrease or annexation.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Montoya.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate what you've done
Thank you.
very much. So, Mr. Moser, would you like to be next up? Remind you, you're under oath.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hadn't planned on testifying, so you kind of threw me off here. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mike Mosier, Wyoming State Liquor Association. I have two handouts for the committee. The first one I'm going to refer to is the timeline for the liquor licenses to kind of give you an idea of how we got here and the progress. I mean, one of the conceptions is that we don't really address numbers of liquor licenses when in reality, especially in the last 20 years, every 2 to 3 years, we do something to increase or modify, make it easier for those liquor licenses. As you look at the top of that page in the beginning, I like that because all good stories start within the beginning. In 1935, and Representative Duncan, you asked about social club licenses. We always wondered why they were called limited retail, because that makes no sense at all. Well, that's because in 1935, and this was before Mr. Chairman and I were even in the liquor business, there were only two types of liquor licenses, full retail and limited retail, which was clubs. And if you advance forward, and there were tweaks made down the road with malt beverage permits, et cetera, the big change was in 1979 when restaurant liquor licenses were created. To give you an idea, in Cheyenne, for example, in 1978, there were under 40 licenses of all kinds, liquor licenses of all kinds, with a population of 47,000. Now, with all the changes we've made, you got over twice as many licenses, 84, with only a 15,000 increase in population. So there's been a lot of licenses, but restaurant was the first one that was really done. Now, when restaurant licenses were created in 1979, there was a population formula. However, we eliminated that one. I'll take any questions. Okay. That was eliminated in 2015, where we removed. And so Representative Clausen, you had the question about tourism towns. The reason why that really hasn't come up much is most of the demand in tourism towns are restaurant and bar and grill licenses. And we'll talk about bar and grills in a bit, but that's really where the growth is. If you look at Jackson on your census report, they've got a large number of restaurant licenses. But if you look at smaller Wyoming towns, they've got retail licenses issued, but there are no bar and grill or restaurant, because if you've got two businesses that want to sell alcohol, you just give them the full retails. We skipped down in 2006 with the bar and grills. Mr. Montoya will chuckle on this because I still remember when we invented that, because we did. It was joint corporations, and Chairman Illaway, Wham and us had been beating the snot out of each other for several years with different proposals. And Chairman Illaway pointed at Mr. Montoya and I and said, I want you two to come up with a solution on this. And so we sat down with our big chief tablet and crayons and wrote what became the bar and grill liquor license. The idea, and there is a population formula, but the idea was with the bar and grill was to slowly increase the number as time went on to lessen the impact on the existing retail community. If you flip over to the next page, we address catering permits, et cetera. Now, we've made lots of other changes that aren't on this list. For example, some of you remember House Bill 13 2 years ago, where we almost completely removed the definition of food for restaurants. So it used to be no victuals. I think it's the only place in statute victuals was used, which means little sandwiches and stuff like that. Now, if you can put it in your mouth and it doesn't have alcohol, it probably counts as food. And so that's really made it easy for a lot of places. And of course, we gave airports a liquor license this last session. Bear in mind, members of the committee and Mr. Chairman, that we have always supported increases of number of liquor licenses with one major caveat, that it shouldn't come at the expense of your existing businesses. We want more licensees. We think it's good. But on the other hand, those businesses that are in the system, now, whether you love or hate the current system, people like me, and I was one of them, bought my license. The vast majority of places. Now, bear in mind, committee, the vast majority of Wyoming towns, a full retail isn't worth a thing. In Laramie County, for example, we've got over 50 full retails just sitting out there unused. And a lot of communities just have them laying around, or they just don't have the need for other types of licenses. We're talking about a finite number of communities where there's a blue sky value. I remember Representative McGuire asked yesterday, I believe, about the value. I get those calls. Hey, Mosier, I'm in Buffalo. How much is my license worth? And my first question is, you called the liquor division first, didn't you? Because they never answer that one. They just tell them to call me. And I'm probably the go-to for that. And I just guess, because there really isn't a blue sky value. It depends on what you're willing to pay. It's usually attached to a business, depends on the type of business. And those communities, and Jackson, of course, is probably the pinnacle of examples, as it usually is in anything to do with liquor licenses. But communities like Casper and Cheyenne, you've got the second tier of blue sky, followed by the other towns, which is the third tier, but most are in the fourth tier where there's no value whatsoever. But those businesses, like my old one, I don't want to hurt those people that bought into a system that has existed since 1935. But we do want to, and we've always supported creating more opportunity for people to open these establishments. A couple quick points, committee, and I won't be as brief as Mr. Montoya, but I'll try to do my best. Most states have population formulas, especially on what we consider full retail. Wyoming's a bit of an anomaly because our full retail covers both on and off premise, bars and packaged liquor stores, whereas most states, they delineate those. But part of the reason is 3 of the surrounding states of Wyoming have state-controlled packaged liquor stores. Montana is that's one of the 3, but they actually contract out to individuals to run their liquor stores. But if you've been in Idaho or Utah, you're going to a state store to buy packaged liquor. In our case, our control model runs off the wholesale, but the 3rd tier, the retail tier, the packaged liquor stores are privatized. I mean, I happen to really enjoy our hybrid. Part of the reason for those caps, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, is economic development, an adverse effect on economic development. There are a number of studies that say that a proliferation of too many, especially bars and packaged liquor stores, especially in a downtown area, has a negative effect. You've got a burden on law enforcement. You're bringing the wrong kind of crowd downtown. And so almost every state believes that there needs to be some control over that. The other advantage is I used to have money in a liquor license, and I had a real motivation not to screw up too bad, because those mayors could really get nasty if you were really bad with your license. The community, and as most of you know, I teach tips classes. We run a statewide program. I've trained over 14,000 people in responsible alcohol service. Senator Boner was one of them back in the day. I don't know, did you learn anything or? It's all that matters. But the community seriously gives us a sacred trust. I do those classes for free because I feel, and I felt this way as a retailer, your communities give us the sacred trust to serve something. We're not talking frozen burritos here. If this product is served improperly or in excess, really bad things can happen. And so those licenses are a trust by the community to those individuals that they're going to do their job. As I mentioned, most cities, they have no value. Some do. Now, on your census report, as I mentioned, a lot of those full retails are gobbled up just because there's no other alternatives. This issue, I had a bunch of retailers with their hair on fire when this issue came up and said, oh my God, they're going to ruin the value of my liquor license. I've got it financed. I'm going to be dead. And it's like, guys, this happens every 5 years. Because you get a whole bunch of businesses in some communities that are looking for that golden ticket of a full retail license. I don't blame them. I would too. And the next year, it kind of goes in dormancy. That's why, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we bring out these bills, and I'll go through the proposal in a little bit. We go through there to incrementally increase because we know the demand is increasing. Lastly, and I promise the last point, and I hope I'm not boring anybody to death, is trends. Bars and taverns, for example, are dying. Standalone bars and taverns. I had a challenge to some people, friends, we were thinking about it, about how many standalone bars and taverns there are in Cheyenne anymore that don't have packaged liquor and don't have food service. There's one downtown, small place, it's struggling. People's habits have changed. They just don't go to a bar and drink for 4 hours anymore. When we talk about the 1970s, when there was less than half the number in Cheyenne, for example, people drank a lot more. Now, I'm not complaining, guys, because our tastes improved too. And so our business is still doing okay. But the younger generation is another example of that. The younger generation will buy a microbrew for $10 and just have one, as opposed to me that would have had 4 PBRs for $2.50. And so it's more responsible. The changes have happened. And I think COVID has exacerbated that because people are used to drinking at home. The other thing, and some of you remember when sports bars were all the rage, not anymore, because people found out, especially during the pandemic, that I can watch it on my big screen and have a 6-pack and put it on pause if I need to go do something else. And so movie theaters have been suffering the same thing. As many of you know, movie theaters, a lot of them now have liquor licenses. And that's because we can watch movies at home. They need to sell an experience. And that's the same is true with liquor establishments. You just can't say, Representative Roscoe, just come to my bar and sit in front of it and watch TV for 4 hours. You have to sell an experience. And that experience usually includes food. Also in responsible alcohol service, food is vitally important. And so bars and taverns, as we know it, are no longer existing for those reasons. Some people use food trucks to try to fill the void. I love food trucks, but it's not the same thing. You don't know if they're there. They've got a limited venue, and eating off styrofoam plates somehow is not quite as romantic as sitting in a restaurant. Okay, so Representative Duncan, a couple quick, you asked about the clubs. Social clubs are very easy to form. For example, if you and I got together in Torrington and decided to open a social club, we need to find 100 friends that are willing to pay $25 for a year. You get a nonprofit, you can start a club. That would be a social club. You people in the house serve with somebody whose girlfriend has a bookstore and turn it into wine and books because she did the same thing. And so it's being used more and more. We originally thought of it with the Jackson Hole Event Center because they kept wanting a different type of liquor license. It's like, you guys have a membership. And then Mary Godfrey and Atlas and Cheyenne, we did the same thing. And so they all have club license for that reason. Ideas, and then I'll be done, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm doing okay here. I handed out, and I'll cover it a little bit more in depth, a draft bill on a permanent phase out of the population formula for bar and grill liquor licenses. It does, and we supported the changes to the bar and grill liquor licenses in the past. It does the same thing that, as you can see, we tweaked. Bar and grill licenses were invented in 06. We tweaked the formula in 11. We tweaked it again in 17. And so that bill was actually written 2 or 3 years ago. We were going to put it in House Bill 13, but we were remote and it was too complicated anyway. So the second idea is for full retail liquor licenses, newly issued ones, is to make them non-transferable, similar to bar and grills. So you would grandfather the existing licenses because you don't want to hurt those people that have invested money into it, but make all newly created full retail licenses non-transferable, similar to a bar and grill. We did that intentionally with bar and grills. And then you can do an entry fee, like with bar and grills, as some of you know, it's up to a $10,500 entry fee for a bar and grill license. So you could do an entry fee, but make it non-transferable so you don't have the dog fights you have now. So if I sell my business, that license goes back to the city and is reissued rather than being a property value. I hope that makes sense. The third issue, and we need to look more into this committee, and I can report back to you because we still need to go through another box of crayons and a big chief tablet on this. As most of you know, we've done a number of changes to allow event centers, rodeos, larger rodeos, et cetera, to use malt beverage permits. And the idea is if a business, for example, is primarily entertainment, whether it's a video option, whether it's a race car track, whatever, if the majority of their business is entertainment, to allow them malt beverage sales similar to what an event center does. And I think that would get some resonance, and I don't think anyone really has an issue with that. Malt beverages in statute and in perception have always been seen as less risky, if you will, including by your insurance company, than regular alcohol. So real quick, the draft here, first page is the language. I hope everybody sees that. Second page is potential draft form. So what this does, and then there's a census report at the end, which shows how many new bar and grill licenses will be created per community. We also wrote in counties to allow them to do bar and grills as well. And so what it does is next year, if this bill becomes law, what it would do next year is start a gradual phase out of the population formula for bar and grills. And that's where the real demand is, committee. People want bars and restaurants, and that's where your economic growth is. Packaged liquor stores, and I love them, but if you're in Cheyenne or Casper, another packaged liquor store is not going to create more packaged liquor sales. It just takes the same pie and cuts into the smaller pieces. The real economic development opportunity is the bar and grill and restaurant, because you have a different concept. So if you look at the first stage, which would be 2023, July 1, you can see where that is. And then if you'd like check back on the census reports on the last page, you can see how it works per community. Stage 2 is 2028. And so it would create more. And that's also reflected on your census report on the last 2 pages. And then stage 3, 2033, will completely eliminate restaurant liquor licenses. The population formula will be gone on bar and grills, and they'll be unlimited in issuance. And so remember that I want to do something, but I don't want to hurt our existing people. And we feel like this is the steps that we can go through where we gradually phase out that cap and be able to make the changes that everybody wants and get there. So thank you for tolerating my expansive testimony, Mr. Chairman, and I would be happy to take questions.
Question for Mr. Moser, Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Mosier, say, for example, I'm buying a bar and grill from Mr. Smith. In our new scenario, their existing liquor license reverts back. And I, being the new buyer, am going to have to purchase a new liquor license from the Department of whatever.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, what would happen is when Joe sells his business to you is that bar and grill license would revert back to the city for reissuance.
Correct.
And then you would apply for it just like a new liquor license.
My question though, Mr. Chairman, my question though is, because I'm in an active transaction with Joe Smith, would his reversion back to the city, would that be on hold with my name on it? So that if the process goes through, it is for sure going to be mine. Because otherwise, I don't want to go through this transaction and all of a sudden, you know, Sally Sue swoops in and is able to grab my.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, that's a risk we all take even with full retails because there's still a transfer involved. And municipalities, and we salute their ability to do this. I mean, because Cheyenne just had a fairly controversial non-issuance of a license. Cities can refuse to transfer or issue a new license just because you're ugly and your mom dresses you funny. I mean, they don't really need a reason. And I like that because if you the place you want to put your bar and grill is next to a school, I could say, no, Representative Duncan, that can't be there. And so I like the idea of having that caveat. That being said, the vast majority of the transfer goes through, but you can work out your paperwork. So there's no discontinuation in service, but you can't operate under somebody else's liquor license. So that transfer needs to be complete before you open your doors under your business, which for insurance purposes, you'd want anyway. Insurance is a major factor in the liquor industry, as you could probably imagine.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would it be appropriate and would it be acceptable if in my contract I said contingent upon the factor of the that transfer, you know, and such? Would that be something that the city would be, you know, acceptable with?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, yes, that would be normal. And you'd do that even with a full retail liquor license transfer, or if we go with non-transferability of new full retails, usually the sale is contingent on the transfer of the liquor license.
Okay.
Further questions, Mr. Moser? We're going to go to Senator Scott, but I'm going to make a comment first. So this is the first time since I've been in the legislature, we've got old bills up that we're actually talking about that predate Senator Scott. With that, I'll give you the floor, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, and I wanted to make a comment because when I first came in the legislature in 1979, and I did vote for the restaurant liquor license, major issue was the monopoly value that we created with the limited licenses. And the shortage of licenses was a important factor in keeping the restaurant business down, keeping some of our tourist businesses down, and was doing quite a bit of harm. And what we have done is very gradually over the years solved that problem with all these different licenses and removing some of the population formulas and all that sort of thing. And I don't remember, frankly, when Mr. Mosier became the lobbyist involved, but it was quite a while ago. And I wanted to publicly compliment him because he's led us in as we've gradually solved that problem of the big monopoly values and the way they obstructed things, but done it in such a way that we haven't hurt the individual license holders in ways we should not do. And it's really been a success story over all the years, and I would like to compliment the association and compliment Mr. Mosier on his role in it. Has been very positive.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Thank you. Co-chairman Vaughn, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's back to Representative Duncan's issue. So if licenses are not transferable, and let's say I want to go buy someone's bar, willing buyer, willing seller, is there a way in law? I can't figure out how you make this work. I want to buy the bar, but the license has to go back because it's not transferable to the city. And I basically would have to petition the city, ask for that license, have them agree before I would agree to have my sale go through. Because an entire bar setup's nothing without a liquor license, right? I guess my question ultimately is, do other states have similar processes? There is a process to follow on, but the city still could deny and just say, you're not the right person to come open this bar back up. Or we want bar in a different part of town, and say no and negate that sale. I mean, that seems kind of hostile to an open market too. So however some more information, make me feel better, would be great.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, it's done that way in most states, especially since most states have a quota or population formula. Like I said, I like it because I won't mention any names because none of them are here, but there are people we know that trusting them with a full retail liquor license would be like trusting an arsonist with a match factory. And so you want to be able to say, no, I don't think this transfer is appropriate. And like I said, in Cheyenne, we recently saw a case where the city council decided not to do that transfer. And so everything was shelved. So it's a risk. I mean, I went through that risk too. And so I like it, but it is now with a restaurant liquor license, you don't have that problem because they're unlimited. And with bar and girls eventually will be the same way. But with a full retail, yeah, you've got a lot riding on that, and you could go through all the paperwork and all the effort and be told that that's not going through.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Now we're into people I don't know. We have more testimony out here. Probably got some city and town people and things. Come on up. Oh, we've got the esteemed mayor. I didn't see you last night. Welcome.
Thank you.
Booze and housing, I assume.
What's that?
Booze and houses, right?
Boozes and housing. That's what I came for. Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I really do appreciate your taking on the idea of liquor licenses as an interim topic. My name is Patrick Collins. I'm the mayor of Cheyenne. I've been looking at this subject and I'm trying to understand how we got to this point where liquor licenses are limited. And I'm thinking back to what it must have been like in 1935. Prohibition just ended. We were in a depression. And I'm assuming our former legislators looked at this and thought this was the best thing for the state at that time. The state at that time had 237,000 people. Cheyenne was the largest city with 17,000 people, and there wasn't a county with more than 27,000 folks in it. Today, our economy, we're starting to try to gear our economy around tourism. We're trying to diversify our economy. And it's my feeling that limiting retail liquor licenses is hurting our ability to do that. Let's talk about a couple of numbers. In Wyoming, we have 58 towns with less than 1,000 people, and 30 of them are sold out of liquor licenses. We have 26 towns with populations between 1,000 and 5,000, and 21 of the 26 are sold out of liquor licenses. A couple of bedroom communities to Casper and Star Valley Ranch have not sold their liquor licenses. Cities above 5,000 folks, 15 of the 16 are sold out of retail liquor licenses. Green River has one lone license left in that category. So 65% of cities and towns in Wyoming don't have a liquor license that would allow an entrepreneur to make an investment, a liquor investment in their cities. 83% of cities above 1,000 don't have a liquor license available. Add to the fact that almost half of Wyoming counties are also out of retail liquor licenses. I hope it starts to make the case that our 1935 population formula may be broken and need a change. So I've been working on this liquor thing since the 2000s when the Bar and Grill was added to our menu for growth. I was a city councilman back then. This past year, we were awarded an additional liquor license because our city grew and the census gave us one more liquor license. We had 11 qualified applications for this lone license, and it killed our city council to have to say no to 10 of them. Probably a little bit harder on the guys we had to say no to, but oh well. Sheridan, I think they had exactly the same thing. Our experience in what's that? Our experience and the frustration from cities and towns from small to large across the state has led WHAM to passing 3 resolutions asking the legislature to look at the need to make changes. One of them asks you to add additional bar and grill licenses. WHAM and the Wyoming State Liquor Association, hey, we've worked on this and we've come to an agreement that I hope you will approve. I am fundamentally opposed to limiting the number of restaurants, but this is a fair deal. It gives us enough licenses, I think, and it phases out the population formula in 2033. I think it's a fair deal. The second asks the legislature to let municipalities set the prices for a retail liquor license. This does a few things. It helps make sure that new licenses reflect the market and don't devalue those who have already purchased a retail liquor license at the market price. It makes sure that those entering the market are serious, and it provides the municipalities revenue, and the counties for that matter, that are charged with regulating these licenses in subsequent years. We believe the difference in markets like Jackson and Pine Bluffs should be recognized, and giving the municipalities and counties the ability to set the price would allow for that recognition. Again, this protects existing retail liquor licenses' financial values and ensures that when the license is no longer needed, the municipalities can make sure they go to the most appropriate user. When Casper made this resolution, they noted that if the liquor license is going to be sold at market values, it may be nice that the cities would also benefit in that. We also agree that the price should be adjusted. I'm not sure how we got to the formula for the new prices, but the price hasn't changed since 1935. It was $1,500 then, it's still $1,500 today. And inflation, that number would be $31,500 or $654. So I think it's time we maybe help municipalities a little bit along that line. The last resolution comes from Laramie County, and it was passed by every city and town in Laramie County. It notes that our current liquor system is stifling economic growth, not only for large, but also for smaller communities. It notes that tourism is our #2 industry, and we need to create an atmosphere so folks just won't pass through. And it asks the legislature to support the entrepreneurial spirit of our residents who want to go into the liquor business and prevent governing bodies from having to pick winners and losers. It asks this committee and our legislature to adopt and modify so that we can get more liquor licenses. Pine Bluffs is sold out of retail and bar and grill liquor licenses. Cheyenne is also as well. I think Mr. Mosher just mentioned there's 50 some liquor licenses available in Laramie County, but those are in the unincorporated area. You can't have them within 5 miles of the city limits. All the ones within the 3-mile limit or the 5-mile limit are sold out. I'd like to share with you a couple of my numbers that I think are interesting. Laramie and Gillette are the 3rd and 4th largest cities in Wyoming, and combined, they have 64,810 residents. Cheyenne is the largest. We have 65,132. Laramie and Gillette combined are authorized 54 liquor licenses. Cheyenne, and that's one for every 1,160 people. Cheyenne, we're authorized 38 liquor licenses. We have one for every 1,700 people. So our 3rd and 4th largest cities combined are slightly smaller than Cheyenne by population, but they have 16 more liquor licenses, 42% more liquor licenses than we do. I can't make that math work. So I look at my friend, I'm sitting back there with Matt Hall, mayor of Cody. Cody's a great place. They have 10,028 people. They're authorized 20 liquor licenses. And I think the mayor would tell you in a tourist town, that's probably not enough. Here again, Cheyenne, 65,000 people, we're 38. So we're 6.5 times larger than Cody, and we don't even have twice the number of liquor licenses that they have. So I struggled with modern math, and this 1935 math is really killing me. As I've said, we've met with Mr. Mosier and the Liquor Association, and we found areas of agreement that we hope you will support. Mike has done a great job of protecting his current holders of liquor licenses, and his criterion for making changes that we can't hurt his current clients. And I get it. I don't want to hurt them either. But at the same time, I think our current system is hurting our state, our cities, towns, and counties, and our ability to grow economically. Recognizing that it would be better to find common ground than fight Mr. Mosier, because, you know, he's a legend around here, right? Our working group of 6 largest cities have come up with a new license. Our current retail liquor licenses give people 3 specific powers. They can have package sales, they can cater alcohol off their premise, and they have bar sales. And we're proposing a new license we will call the Tavern license. It would allow the holder to do one of the 3 things that the retail liquor license allows, that being bar sales. No package, no catering, just the ability to have a bar. WHAM supports this new license, and we hope the committee will ask the LSO to create some legislation, and we'd like to be part of that conversation. Similar to the retail liquor licenses, we'd like to have the price be at a market rate to protect the value of those current holders of retail liquor licenses. My hope that this committee would do 3 or 4 things today. They would sponsor or ask the legislature or the LSO to sponsor a few things. First, Mr. Mosier's proposal for the bar and grill that phases it out over 10 years. We agree and would love to see that happen. Second is to make the retail liquor licenses, and if you provide a tavern license, make them non-transferable. Third, allow the governing bodies to set the prices of the new retail liquor license and a tavern if you approve it. And the last, to create that tavern liquor license. And my last ask of you would be, as we have with the bar and grill, to maybe look for a way over maybe the next 10 to 20 years to gradually reduce or eliminate the population formula on retail liquor licenses. I personally believe in the free market where competition improves selection, price, service. So I appreciate the chance to be with you today, and I thank you for taking on this complicated issue.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Questions, the mayor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Further testimony from the audience. Come on up. Welcome. Esteemed past president of the Senate.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, and members of this joint committee. And a special shout out to Senator Scott. It was good to see you on screen and hear your voice. My name is April Brimmer-Coons. I'm here on behalf of a startup that I have started with my son. It's called Aces Range. And we were one of the applicants because we didn't have a choice for the full retail liquor license. We purchased the building down on 15th Street and Pioneer Avenue. It's just down from Ribbon Chop in Cheyenne, for those of you that are familiar with the city. And I know you all are because you come to visit us frequently. We're 2 blocks from the depot. Aces Range is my son's dream, and I'm his partner in trying to make that dream come true. Aces Range is 6 Trackman golf simulators that we have already purchased that are on hold until the building is renovated. We will also have laser shooting ranges, which are like what the military uses. It's an entertainment venue. But we wanted to have a liquor license to provide an experience that allowed libations for those who were playing golf or shooting. We are not bar-centered, but entertainment-centered. And it's nice to be able to have a cocktail while playing. My son's dream is also to have league play what the TrackMan simulators do is they allow you to play any golf course in the world. And the idea with these competitions with leagues is to set it up where all 6 bays would be in use with teams. And they would play like they were in the PGA for, I'm a non-golfer, but about to change that, obviously, but it's a competition, it's fun. And my son and his team used to go down to Fort Collins where this is available. We'd like to provide it in Cheyenne so people don't have to go south of the border for entertainment. The shooting is something that I was very interested in. I have 2 personal guns for my own protection. They are locked away now because of my grandchildren, and I would never do anything else. But I hadn't used them for quite some time going to the shooting range because it's hard to find ammunition and it's doggone expensive. So the idea behind the laser shooting is that we would buy and have laser guns. I happen to have a 45 and a 357, and I used the 45 laser gun to try this shooting sim out. Now, I'm of the age that I just wanted to hit the standing target and do a good job, and luckily I did. But what this software allows you to do is all kinds of games and scenarios. And I imagine many of you are far more familiar with it than I am. But it would be nice to be able to brush up on your skills or play games or do whatever with these shooting sims. My understanding is the military uses them too, so they don't use the ammunition. But it will be a site that people can come to in downtown Cheyenne that isn't there. There are a couple of golf simulators in private clubs, but nothing like this. So my son is tips trained. He'll have to renew it, of course. He's been a bartender and he has experience in this area. But when we were talking about getting a liquor license, we didn't fit with the social license because we're not a nonprofit, we're for profit, which hopefully we will achieve at some point. There was a discussion about $1 million into property. We have well over that by the time we're fully renovated. The licenses that are available are in Laramie County, as the mayor noted. We can't apply for that. There is a club license also for golf. And I thought, oh gosh, when I saw that, until I realized you have to have a driving range, it's set up for clubs, country clubs, golfing clubs. It doesn't apply to simulators. So we had to join the group of 11. And we are one of the 10 who did not receive the license. And understandably so, because it requires packaged liquor and it requires catering. We aren't going to have, we have a warming kitchen. We do not have a full commercial kitchen. There isn't room for it with the simulators. In spite of a 44,000 square foot building, there just isn't the room. But what we are going to do is offer food service from local restaurants. And in the winter, use a Can-Am to bring it to the customer. And of course, they will be charged. We will set up a separate LLC to do that. It's kind of a competition perhaps with DoorDash or something like that, but it's the concept. And unlike the gloomy picture previously painted about competing businesses, our hours are not going to go on most nights, other than league nights, we'll be closed by 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Our idea is not to have a bar where patrons can come and sit until 2 a.m. So the frustration level on our part was that everybody who applied in Cheyenne was qualified and had some great ideas. We were somewhat unique in that we're an entertainment venue, but we had to apply for the one license. We aren't catering alcohol, food. We'll have some things for the kids and for adult patrons who enjoy popcorn and nachos and pretzels and that kind of thing, or whatever we wind up with, simple snack foods. And we do hope to have kids. I hope we have a birthday party with some of the older grandchildren there. But the point is that things are in a downturn in this country economically. And the truth is that in order to make a better return on investment, it would be very helpful to have a liquor license in addition to the simulators. One last thought on economic development. I have 3 children, 2 of my daughters, I think most of you know here, Catherine and Marianne. And my son will get to meet all of you too, because he was working today, but we eventually will be working on this together and he can answer more of the technical questions than I can. But my children are 4th generation Wyoming. 4th generation. My grandfather came here to Cheyenne, not here, but to Cheyenne, to Wyoming. This is a form of economic development for this generation with the technology and the software. But even more importantly, we always talk, and we did in the legislature for the 16 years that I was there, about keeping our kids home. And I'm very lucky that my 3 children live in Cheyenne. My grandchildren are in Cheyenne. And I hope that there's a way to solve this for other people who are in the same position. Obviously, it couldn't be just for us. It's in violation of the Constitution of the state of Wyoming as a special interest. I would never ask for that. But I hope that on this microcosm level, that you'll consider helping many who are in the same position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very nice. Thank you. Questions, Ms. Coons? Thank you. Welcome to Hewlett. A little bit. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Millar and I serve as the clerk treasurer for the town of Upton. I wanted to thank you guys for coming up to our beautiful corner of the state and for letting us testify this morning. Did not realize I would be speaking to you on this subject. I prepared for PBMs yesterday. After hearing Mayor Collins talk from Cheyenne, 60 times bigger than we are here in Upton, we have a little bit of the opposite problem where I just need to be able to sell packaged liquor at a couple more places. But we understand and we support WHAM as a whole, as a membership, that we'll stand behind what we need right now, knowing that we've opened the door to the conversation for what we need down the road with the population formulas being adjusted, and hopeful that we can come to an agreement with you guys and with the Liquor Association as well. Our hotel, which doesn't belong to the town by any means, but it's the only hotel that will have an Upton, and it won't be able to have any kind of liquor or beer sales because I don't have a license that fits that position. They aren't going to have a restaurant, so I don't have anything for them to be able to serve those libations. It's not a make or break deal for them, but it was a pretty big conversation that we had. And if we had just a little bit more flexibility, I feel like that would have been a little easier conversation to have on my end. So I just wanted to give the little town perspective. We have 3 available liquor licenses. They actually aren't available. They're actually all taken by some really long-standing businesses, and they do a good job of managing their licenses. We also have people every year that say, hey, is there a way we could just sell packaged liquor? I could probably sell at least 3 more package and then one of these Tavern style licenses if you guys were to approve that to my hotel. coming in. So just wanted to give you that perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Questions? Thank you. Love the small town perspective.
Senator Scott might have a question.
Senator Scott, do you have a question?
Maybe it's for April, I don't remember.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I had a question, but it's for Madam Former President, if that's still in order.
That's acceptable. It's my apologies. I'm bad at watching the screen. Ms. Coons, did you like to come back up? Senator Scott, go ahead and ask. She's on her
Okay.
way.
Mr. Chairman, my question is, in her circumstances, we heard a remark earlier to the extent that the restaurant license was quite flexible as long as you were serving some food. My question is, what is there in the law governing restaurant liquor licenses that would prevent the enterprise she's talking about from obtaining a restaurant liquor license, and why wouldn't that serve the purposes?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, the answer to that is very simple, and thank you for asking me an easy question. It wasn't always so when we were both on the floor of the Senate. The liquor license for bar and grill requires 60% of the income coming from food. That's not going to happen with us. We don't qualify.
Thank you. Follow up, Senator Scott.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's bar and grill. What I'm asking about is the restaurant liquor license. What is there in that law that prevents you from using that?
Mr. Mosier or Mr. Montoya? It's the same. Okay, thank you. Question answered. Appreciate that. So his answer was they're the same between them, Senator Scott. 60% on both of the licenses, so she wouldn't qualify under either. Thank you very much. Appreciate the question, Senator Scott. That I didn't catch that either. Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Chris Brown, representing the Wyoming Hospitality and Travel Coalition. Over the past year and a half, the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association and the Wyoming Travel Industry Coalition have worked to merge to form one new association to represent the entire hospitality and tourism sector across the state. And I proudly sit before you this morning representing them. As the liquor license discussion has evolved over the past however many years, I've never heard any of our members voice concern over additional competition. No one has ever said, geez, we don't want a new restaurant to come into town. Let's fight against the liquor license argument. It's always been about protecting the investment that existing businesses have already made. And so I understand the concerns of economic development from our municipal leaders behind us. They don't want their hands tied. They want to develop their communities, rightfully so. But I think as this discussion continues to move forward, it's important for us to make balanced decisions that also protect those that have already invested in our communities, that already are a good member of the community. And so anything that looks to undermine that investment, I think would be a concern. Our association stands in support of the bar and grill proposal that's before you. I spoke with a number of full retail liquor license holders over the past couple of weeks as it relates to the tavern license suggestion. Most of them did not voice concern. A few wanted to hear more about it. And so our current position is neutral on that. And we look forward to continuing to be part of that discussion. But as you continue to evolve this discussion, we just want to make sure that those that have already invested, that those that already have $250,000 on the books that their retail license cost are taken into consideration as well. And so I'm happy to answer questions, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Question for Mr. Brown. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a thought, and maybe it's totally unreasonable. Is there a way that we could have even something, and this might be from Mr. Mosier, but something of an idea of a limited liquor, a retail license, like almost kiosk size or some, some small version of a retail version. Micro, smaller, something like that, that might fit some of the bills of the hotel or, some of these small convenience stores or some, a smaller versus the full liquor store or the full grocery store or something like that. Is that something that is even remotely palatable, something that's even remotely a thought or an idea?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Duncan, thank you. If I'm understanding the concept of this proposed tavern license, I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. My understanding is that that would allow you to operate as a bar, but not be allowed to sell full package and not be allowed to cater off-site. And so again, speaking with maybe 4 or 5 full retail liquor license holders, they did not see that as a threat. But 2 or 3 others that I spoke with weren't necessarily felt threatened, but wanted to learn more about it. And so we just wanted to be here at the table as part of this discussion and as it continues to evolve.
Further questions? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recognizing that the roadblock to allowing our communities to grow and small business to thrive in this state is the concern over an asset or a perceived asset of a government issued license that has arbitrary fair market value is stopping economic growth is unacceptable. And I don't know that the solution that's been proposed is actually going to solve a problem, if not just add another layer to this continued problem. So what is the amount in dollars that these current businesses on the ground feel like they are jeopardized by diluting their current asset that they see? What is that amount? And I recognize that's a hard number to put together, but what is the value of this problem we're actually talking about? And perhaps we can just solve it by understanding that dollar amount. So I know that the value in Laramie County is far higher than perhaps the value in some other counties. I'd like to know the total dollar amount of the amount in dispute. Let's get that solved. Let's open up the doors. Let's open up business in Wyoming and stop what I think is this circling of the drain.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Nethercott, I understand what you're saying, and I think that that amount varies significantly. When I ran a restaurant in Cheyenne for 10 years prior to taking this position, I believe our full retail liquor license 20 years ago was in the ballpark of $160,000 for us to purchase that from an existing business. The business that catered the food at the barbecue we were at last night, I believe theirs is in the ballpark of $250,000. Members of mine that hold full retail liquor licenses in Jackson, my understanding is they're in the ballpark of $750,000. And so I think there'd need to be some time dedicated towards really figuring that out in order to get our arms around it. But I think it varies by community and obviously by demand.
Follow up. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to know actual figures. Do we know how many people have actually purchased licenses versus, got theirs through issued, through the departments versus what you guys are talking about where they actually purchased, these high dollar value, through the business, purchased from the business or such, versus got it through the city, the traditional means. Do we actually know facts of how many have actually done these large purchases?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Duncan, that probably would be a question better suited for Mr. Montoya. I don't have that exact number.
Further question, Mr. Brown. I have one. The bill draft that Mr. Mosher brought forward had a 10-year sunset. Is that palatable at all to your people as far as over time you sunset those out? Is 10 years a window that might seem acceptable to those large license holders so that they can kind of depreciate them out still be there.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I assume you're referring to the bar and grill discussion that we've talked about, and we stand in support of that.
I am, but on the large licenses, would it be acceptable to be in a similar situation?
Mr. Chairman, having not spoken, I didn't understand that part of the discussion this morning was going to be phasing out the cap on full retail liquor licenses.
It wasn't. I just brought it in.
No problem.
I'm searching for solutions here across because the
Yeah.
large one's part of the problem. I'm very familiar with Cheyenne's problem.
Sure.
And how we solve that obviously has impacts on the existing ones, but it really does drive economic development in these towns. And so I'm trying to I have one as well. And in Cook County, I can tell you, my brother just applied for it. It had no value. And I don't think nominal value in some of these smaller counties, but we sure get to see it in Gillette and the bigger cities.
Mr. Chairman, I have not had that discussion on what or if there is an appropriate amount of years where that would be phased out, on how that would impact our members' current investments. And so I would need to go back to our board and have that discussion. I'd want to talk with the industry a little bit more about that.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Senator Scott, real quick. Mr.
Yeah,
Brown. Senator
Mr.
Scott, I'm
Chairman.
sorry.
A question for Mr. Brown. We heard earlier from the mayor of Cheyenne proposal for a tavern license. And we'd heard before that the straight old fashioned bar and tavern is simply going out of business, out of style, because the customers doesn't appeal to them anymore. What would happen if we took that proposal and sort of had a mixed business license where you had to have, say, 60% of your sales from combination of entertainment and food, so that an outfit like the one that Ms. Coons provided, described to us, would qualify. And I think that's probably something that would find appeal in a number of communities, but it would also open the door for some creativity, but would not have the catering, would not have the off-sale premises features to it. Would that be something that your members could work with, and we could perhaps develop something that was acceptable?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, thank you very much. Number one, I think creativity is what we need here. We've been having these discussions for a long time. So I agree with you completely on the need for creativity to kind of thread the needle in what we're talking about, addressing economic development concerns and existing investments simultaneously. I can't necessarily speak to specifics of changing the food to liquor ratio, because a lot more folks would want to come into that discussion. We certainly would be at the table to talk about that. Is 60-40 the right balance? I don't know. Let's talk about that. The sheriffs and chiefs aren't here right now, but as a former full retail liquor license holder, I know that serving food is one of the first and best means of defense with folks that have maybe been overserved or that have already had too much alcohol. And so it's a broader discussion than to just say, let's reduce it down, or let's include entertainment as part of that mix. Is that a valuable discussion to have, to take another look at? I think so. Absolutely. But it's much broader than just knee jerking a quick response.
Thank you. Senator Scott, good enough?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, good enough. And I'm just looking for a formula that might work, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Fraser, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, David Fraser, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. It's great to be in Northeast Wyoming. Thank you for hosting us. It's probably been a while since I reminded the committee that I grew up just down the road in Sundance. As such, it's kind of fun just to be in this facility. I did have the opportunity to play a few ball games in this in this very room when I was a kid, and I was trying to remember which side the team benches were on. I got to admit, over here, the chairman indicates, I got to admit, I didn't have a very good mental picture of it, having not spent much time there. Let me just start by thanking Mr. Mosier for working with us. We have been in discussion with him, and what he presented you we're familiar with and supportive of. So I would lead with that. I hope that you'll consider what he presented in a bill. In addition, I want to recognize that there are many, I guess I want to amplify that this, well, Cheyenne is a good example of what the issue is here and how this, is currently hampering community and economic development. They're not alone. It's been surprising to me how almost universal this, the concern is among our members that it really is getting in the way of them bringing businesses to town. In Cheyenne's case, it's my understanding that some of the proposals that they weren't able to accept because they only had the one license actually included, bringing derelict buildings back to life and, all the kind of things that you'd want to happen in your community. So it's an important issue. We recognize that the value of that, of the existing licenses. And we think there's room to address the issue and our concerns without, unduly harming somebody that's already got, an asset. Specifically, I guess we would, and I would also mention, because I said that I would to them, I've been receiving messages from, in addition to the communities that you see in the room here, Upton's here, Cody, Cheyenne, Sheridan, and I don't know who I'm missing in the room, but we have several more that had wanted to be here and got held up, and some even that had trouble getting into the waiting room. So there is a strong interest in this. And I guess specifically what our specific ask is that the bill would ask to have drafted a bill reflecting what Mr. Mosier asked for, and perhaps, and I'd also like to ask that there be a companion bill drafted, taking a look at this tavern issue that our large cities have asked us to look at. Another thing that, and of course, while we're at it, if we could look at the math, I'm not sure where the math came from. Like many things that we look at, our state was much different when that was put forward, and I'm not sure if maybe even at that time they didn't imagine the number of people that we would eventually have in the state. Another thing that might have some merit that you may want to look at would be the ability to transfer those licenses among jurisdictions, especially in areas where there's a shared economic development interest. Like in Laramie County, for example, the mayor mentioned to you that there are several available in Laramie County, but are not within Cheyenne. And obviously, Laramie County and its other municipalities share an interest in the economic vitality of Cheyenne. Again, as an example, insert your own community. There may be opportunities where retail licenses exist and might just be transferred to a neighboring jurisdiction where there's a shared economic development interest. So again, that's something that I'd like us perhaps to take a look at as well. With that, again, I just wanted to kind of focus up our ask and indicate to you that it's not an issue. It's not an issue limited to one city or one region in our state, but we're hearing from all over the state that's an issue. So with that, I'd certainly take any questions. Appreciate your time.
Questions for Mr. Fraser, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Fraser. And so I don't hear about it that much anymore, but I want to know if it's still an issue. 10 years ago, we actually did have a lot of extra licenses. Each city seemed to have one extra on hand at all times. And they were complaining they wanted a couple of more because you never know when that magic business is coming into town. And so I think my mayor, from Cheyenne talked briefly about how many cities still don't have any, but we still have, I don't know, 25 or 30 who do have one. If we made any, is that still a concern or an issue that even though everyone seems to have one, or a proportion of our cities keep one on reserve in case that magic business comes in, they're not utilizing them appropriately? And do you still hear, is that still an issue out there that you've heard in this discussion?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the chair. I really only had one of my members tell me, it's not really an issue. We've got an extra one. So many don't have any. And in fact, many I talked to say we haven't had one to issue or transfer for decades. Our last one was issued in way back in the 1900s. So I haven't heard any of that. Thank you.
Further questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have been waiting for someone to bring up this topic, so I'll bring it up with you. And that's the issue of parking liquor licenses. So in our community, we have, it's not as bad now, but we had a major problem. We had entities that weren't even in the entertainment, food or beverage industry purchasing them because they knew that the value would continue to go up, park them for years and years at a time. They try to bring them in, say, hey, you've got to do something with that. Oh, yeah. We're going to open up a restaurant in 18 months or 24 months. So is that a issue that we should address if there is a bill draft? And if so, what should we do about it? What would your recommendation be? Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair, Representative. That's not a problem I've been hearing a lot about. That being the case, certainly whenever you have something that is a commodity like that, you may see that. I remember when I was a city manager down in Colorado, there was quite an active trade in water rights. People that would broker in water rights and buy and sell. And so you certainly could see that anytime you create that kind of a commodity. And we wouldn't object to, again, I haven't heard a lot of that, but we wouldn't object to including that into the discussion.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say, I believe we handled that 4 or 5 years ago, and we forced, and my community got 2 licenses that had been parked. The bar was open, 1 month a year, and we put multiple stipulations on that said you will use them or lose them. And a couple returned into my community because we did put some parameters in the law on, you will have business for a certain amount of time and utilize them, and you can't park them. And so that was an issue, but we can talk to Mr. Mosier, but I think it was solved about 3 years ago, and we don't have any just sitting around languishing at this point.
I believe it was. Yeah. Mr. Mosier, you can holler and we'll paraphrase. Come on up. You just will come sit here.
I don't mind sharing a table with you, Mike.
I feel honored to share a table with Wham. 2017, I believe, was Senate File 14, and they were parked, as Mr. Co-Chair mentioned. And the problem is enforcing it. I mean, so basically, Representative McGuire, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative McGuire, if your business goes out of business and you're holding the full retail license, you can hold it for 2 years, and then there's an additional hardship period where you can say we're under construction, there was a fire, something like that. But after the 2+1, the license reverts back to the city. The difficulty is, even though they have that tool, not all municipalities are utilizing it, or in some cases, like your fair community, it's locked into a particular location. And they say, unless you're going to open here, it ain't going to work. And that's particularly with downtown locations. Downtowns are obviously a challenge in Wyoming, as I've joked many times. Wyomingites don't mind hiking 5 miles to pack an elk out, but they're not going to walk 2 blocks to a restaurant. And so that's where some of those are locked in. But there are park licenses in pretty much every major community. It just depends how they're parked. But we did give them the tools in 17 with, I believe, Senate File 14.
Thank you. Follow up. Further questions? I've got one that's just truly out of the way. Stay where you're at. Kind of goes, we're a bifurcated system between the state county and city. We've got all these different entities. We talked about possibly going over entities. What would the thoughts be on, similar to some other areas we have, if a county or a city wanted to opt in and take control? It's up to them. It's the law enforcement, the problems of value, and say, we'll issue how we want. Because I don't have a problem personally if Cheyenne wants to say, we want 92 licenses of this type, as long as the people vote on it there, and that's what they want. I don't have a problem with it. Thoughts on that? It's totally out of left field, I understand, so.
And Dave, you can go too, but Mr. Chairman, I think part of the difficulty with the concept is some cities would be rather libertarian with that view, and once that view is changed, you can't take it back. And so I think statewide standards are more fair. Now, that being said, when we reach the point in 2033 with the proposed legislation, full retails will be the only ones capped. And so it's not really an issue with the tavern liquor license. Obviously, as such, we would be opposed to it. But if it became something like an entertainment liquor license, where skill games, you all know about skill games, part of the reason we only allow 4 is because we want the focus of the business to remain hospitality. And I think we do a similar formula to ensure that the business's primary purpose is entertainment and not alcohol sales, that the alcohol sales are incidental. And I think that would be a workable solution. A tavern license per se, if it's just written like that, half the licenses in Cheyenne full retails would swap out for a tavern liquor license. And so that would be obviously pretty impactful, but we can get creative with our crayons on that.
Perfect, thank you. Further questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make it a point that I do actually represent that remark on the libertarian side of it to where we can open that up. And I do like the idea of getting it back to where we could get more local and allow them to kind of figure out what's best for the communities. But again, you don't want liquor store in every corner. It doesn't bother me anyway, but I like the free market side of it. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I know you know my answer to that question, but I'd be remiss not to put it on the record. Thank you for bringing that up. We'd be, of course, very comfortable with that. And as you know, because you live in the communities you serve, the closer you are to the people, the more you hear from them. And where our city councils meet every 2 weeks, they certainly have ample opportunity to hear from their community what they think. And we'd be very comfortable if that authority were granted locally. Thank you.
Remind the cities and towns that I actually did something that wasn't against home rule. Representative Duncan, and then Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Mosier, you threw out there just now that most of the full retail would jump over to a tavern. Why?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, that's part of the reason we did the population farming with bar and grill liquor licenses is, as I mentioned, we don't want a deleterious effect on existing licensees. And if we would have just blown out bars and grills with an unlimited number, there would have been swap outs. And so I'm using Cheyenne as an example because obviously I'm better acquainted with that. You've got probably at least 7 or 8 full retail licensees that could switch out to a bar and grill, but they like the convenience of a full retailer. They already have one. And so you'd flood the market and we would rather trickle. And so my concern is the same with the tavern liquor licenses. If you blow those out, you're going to have swap outs. And they aren't meant to be used that way. When we invented the bar and grill liquor license, the idea was this is for economic development, not for somebody to make $250K and just sell their license to somebody else. But it would happen eventually, which is why we've always been a fan of the trickle theory. So that doesn't happen en masse. Does it happen some? Yes. I think we've seen cases in Casper and Cheyenne where a licensee has transferred their full retail to somebody else and they got in a bar and grill. But if it happened all at one time, it would have a major negative effect on the market. Does that make sense?
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up. No, it doesn't make sense because why are they going from a retail to a tavern? A retail, they're already able to do a lot more than they could with a tavern. A tavern's more limited than the retail. So my question is, why are they going to go jumping ship to a more restrictive? license.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, and the franchise idea, by the way, 20% of Wyoming's Title 12 is franchise monopoly agreements from all beverage wholesalers. So we're far from the only ones with that click. But with a full retail license, the only thing, and just think of a chain restaurant in Cheyenne without mentioning any names, with the full retail, the only thing they can do that a bar and grill can't for their purposes is sell packaged liquor, which they don't anyway. And so they could swap out to another type of liquor license. And so that's why we're phasing out the population formula for bar and grills rather than just cutting it in half. And tavern liquor licenses, unless it's written to preclude the service of food, which legally you probably couldn't do, you'd have the same basic effect. You've got a redundant license. I only half joked that tavern liquor licenses should be called hobby liquor licenses. Unless you have an entertainment value part, such as the good former Senate president referred to, where the primary purpose is entertainment with alcohol as incidental. So that's the real concern. And unless the new type of liquor license, and we've only had one new type of liquor license in 30 years, and I've never really heard of a need for a tavern liquor license, but if it was buttoned down to the point of saying it's entertainment, but you can serve alcohol. So you don't do a huge, and that way law enforcement doesn't have to worry about it. I mean, it's as much. And so I would say as long as you make it narrow focus, it's got some potential, but you don't want to open the barn door too wide.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks. Tangentially, either one of you have concerns if we were to allow a city to set the price for their own license? I mean, you heard my mayor, $1,500, 90 years later, inflation. Do you think, I guess my question is, should there be a set price in statute of what it is, or should we be able to allow each local municipality to say, you know, with a public process before one comes up, and we're not holding them hostage, but you know, every year, every 2 years, go through and say, here's what we believe the current price of one should be way before the applicants come in. Is that a process you would support?
Mr. Chairman, I refer to my previous answer. And I would expound that, you know, that's the way it is with, you know, many of the fees that cities charge. They, you know, many of the fees are set by the city council, not by the statute.
And to follow up with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, there's two different things we're looking at here. The first one, and I've visited with our good mayor, and even though we may not agree on everything, we at least get along well during the process. But the first would be the newly created liquor licenses. In some states, they actually auction them off because quotas are pretty normal, and they'll say full retail, Jackson, Wyoming, bidding war, boom. And the city makes a boatload of money. And that's not dissimilar to what we do on bar and grills. You have a $10,500 entrance fee as opposed to $1,500. So that's one issue. And I don't think we'd have a problem with that. Whether you make it non-transferable, have a bidding war, I don't really care. The problem is with existing ones, $1,500 is the norm. It's just a license. And you really can't, once again, the price of a liquor license in Hewlett, well, there's a lot of cities that you can charge as little as 300. There's a lot of cities that only charge 300. In fact, when we reduced the number of newspaper publications a few years ago, we were finding cases where liquor licensees were spending more for newspaper publications than they were for their liquor license. And so you have to remember, in all communities, most communities, there is no value. So I wouldn't really necessarily change what you're paying now, but I'm certainly open to the idea of the municipalities saying, we're giving out a golden ticket. You gotta pay what it's worth. And even though that's blue sky, if you did bidding, it would be quite entertaining as well. I'd even auctioneer for you, Dave. No, I'm Mr. Co-Chair. You should be united.
I don't know that you need to put the specific auctioneer in the statute.
All right, further questions? Further questions? Thank you. Have anybody else in the audience before we go online? Here we go. We're getting the whole gamut here. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here representing Wyoming's County Commissioners. This isn't just a municipal issue. As you can see from the data, more than half of the counties have issued the full complement of their licenses. So this conversation is certainly warranted. I've not seen the full specifics of the proposal put forward to increase bar and grill licenses and make some other adjustments, but my members have indicated their support for increasing those caps and ultimately eliminating them over time. I would say that my members have expressed a little bit of caution around fully lifting the cap around retail liquor licenses from the one perspective that they're concerned about international and national players that would like to come into this space in many of our communities and what effect that might have on our local Wyoming grown companies. And so as this conversation moves forward, depending on how that plays, we'd certainly want to be at least cognizant and evaluate that particular issue. Mr. Fraser did mention this notion of county and municipal collaboration, perhaps in some circumstances. And that's something that I've mentioned to my members. I think I actually mentioned it to Mr. Fraser. And so we'd be happy to at least evaluate that and see if there are opportunities. As the data does show, some of our larger counties do have a significant number of retail liquor licenses that are not currently issued and probably won't be issued given our current parameters around the unincorporated areas of the county, the buffers, et cetera. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but we are supportive of the continued conversation here.
Mr. Freeman. Thank you. Anyone further in the audience? Come on up. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. My name is Dale Steamer. I'm President, CEO of the Greater Cheyenne Chamber of Commerce. We also manage the Wyoming Chamber Federation, which is a federation of chambers around the state. This morning, I'll just talk to you from Cheyenne. So I've heard my city talked about a lot. So we would support the expansion of the bar and grill license and talking about that. And I do think we have some issues like ACEs that we visited about earlier. It would be nice to figure out on some of these entertainment venues. So we would be in support of all that. That being said, we would offer some caution on dealing with these full liquor licenses, right? There's a couple of things that weren't mentioned this morning. Like we have several liquor licenses for sale in Cheyenne right now. The challenge for these guys is that liquor license is really tied to a piece of real estate. So if you own a bar that's built out, big part of the value of that is being able to continue to have a bar there, right? So somebody come, and I get it. So the cities ultimately decide, but really those laws are set up. If you're a good player in the community, why wouldn't we grant that? So it's kind of been a new thing to try to aim this toward economic development. Well, we don't want a bar there anymore. We're going to move it on to the other side of town. Right? I'm not sure any of us are really wise enough to, I've been a chamber director for 22 years now, and there have been people succeed that I have no idea why, and people that failed that I thought had great plans. So I think we got to be careful with how wise we think we are about that. So we would support some expansion. Certainly happy to have the discussion. I think it's interesting in Wyoming, we're talking about how to unwind a monopoly we set up in 1935 when we're such a state of everybody do their own thing. And I do think it's problematic and it would be nice to figure that out. But I do encourage some caution, just to remember that there are people that have played by the rules and they entered the system that you set up for them. And to tell them, well, we're going to give you very little respect, and anybody new in the market, the new shiny thing, we're just going to give them a deal. We need to keep that in mind and make sure we have some consideration on that. Thank you.
Next question, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Steinberger, good to see you. What type of consideration would you like us to provide them?
Yeah, so I think this is a tough one. I tell you, sitting sitting out there in the audience, what was running across my mind is I remember you, Senator, told me one time, you know, government isn't always fair. I think we were talking about taxes, but there's nothing about, so I think that's really hard, right? And I don't know, but I do think some time put into the equation could be possible. I do think there's a chance to figure out how to, you know, as one of these guys retires or something, that we figure out how to divide a $250,000 license into 10 licenses, right? I don't know the answer to that. I think it's something that a lot of folks would think over time it'd be great to unwind. But of course, if you're the one that is bearing the burden of that, you want to be very careful about that. So I wish I had an answer, but my answer is really, I don't have an answer, but.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow up. I mean, but isn't it true that they bear the burden, but they've also borne the advantage? Isn't that true? For a very long time.
Well, maybe. I'm not sure that if we expand liquor license, there's going to be a bunch more liquor sold, right? Probably some, but not a lot. You know, if you're an entrepreneur, it's tough, right? If you paid $250,000 for one of those liquor licenses in Cheyenne, it is one of the places that it has a pretty significant value. You did get some value for that, certainly. Did you get a bonus for it? I'm not sure you got a bonus for it. I mean, as Mr. Mosier mentioned earlier, just bar business is pretty tough these days. So he is right about the statistics that show that, especially starting with millennials, kind of closed down bars around the nation. And you have Budweiser can beer. The tastes have changed. Things have changed. So yes, they have gotten some benefit out of there. I don't know if I can quantify that benefit right here, but certainly they have gotten some.
Thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Steenbergen, do you have a sense, or do you know, or does anyone know how many financial institutions or banks have a security interest in those licenses when those licenses are put up as collateral?
So I have asked several banks about that, and I don't think that any of them probably carry that as an asset. So as far as a bank is concerned, they're probably not going to loan you money on that, or at least the banks that I've talked to, they have not allowed people to carry that as an asset. I haven't talked to all the banks. I've talked to several. The thing I would caution about that, however, is when you go to a bank, there's a lot of decisions about making a loan, and certainly your assets have to be in place. But if you said you had no license and I want to buy a bar, and I'm not going to get a license, the attitude of that banker is going to change a lot. You know, and I'm thankful for that. I borrow money in agriculture, right? And you go try to carry assets in agriculture, it's one thing. They got to know you kind of know what you're doing, and that's an asset as well. So I agree that they don't carry it as an asset. However, I would make the argument that if you've got that it is certainly a off balance sheet consideration.
And one last follow-up, Mr. Chairman. I'm aware that at least for the last 10 years, these conversations have been occurring, at least in Laramie County, about this hyperinflated value of these liquor licenses and how that has inhibited, I think, some economic development, at least within Laramie County. What is your thought? And then, of course, the legislature has been continually, since I've been in for 6 years, we have passed a slew of expansion of liquor licenses every year. And so the reality of this free market and this conversation, what has that done, I think, to the value of those retail licenses, recognizing there is instability in the security of the limitation or the number of those retail licenses, recognizing that we're all, I think, positioned in a way to expand that and eliminate this current situation. So what is that doing to the value of that license as an asset?
Yeah, I think it's increasing it. Although I think if you just said there would be a huge number of licenses, the number of people that were interested in serving alcohol would actually not increase, it would decrease. And so if you look at some of the recent competition for liquor licenses in Cheyenne, there were businesses that applied for a full liquor license that did not need one. But if I can get a $250,000 asset for $1,500, I doubt there's anyone sitting in this room today that wouldn't be popping out a checkbook and doing that right now. So I think what that tells us is that this is a complicated problem that we need to have a really strong I don't think it's just as we may have some unintended consequences if we just say, hey, let's open it up and have as many licenses as we can. I think we'd probably be the lone ranger on that in the country for doing that, because the understanding is that there is some implications for what we do. And while we want new businesses and we want to find ways for, I mean, I'm a Chamber of Commerce, for goodness sake, we want entrepreneurs to be able to do what they dream of always. We're just going to have to put some serious thought into that, because we also don't want to put that burden on somebody who has been a good player for years.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience? Anyone else in the audience? Do we have anybody online? Okay. Yes, we're to the point testimonies. Ah. Mr. Sweeney, Representative Sweeney, sorry, I'm bad about the mister. So we do have one online. There we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. So if I could make a couple of comments about what's transpired here this morning. As people may or may not be aware, this is my previous life, my previous business. And I couldn't agree more with proceed with caution when it comes to the full retail, just to open it wide up. I'm shocked, quite honestly, that the sheriffs and chiefs haven't weighed in. I can tell you over the years here in Trona County, we've had different chief of police come, go, stay longer. Each has a varying position on liquor license and liquor sales and opening things up. And some have different training methodologies that they like versus the tips that's well accepted. So, and then the other thing with the full retail, our different companies have owned several. We have purchased those, whether they're contained within the sale of the asset, you know, on a fee simple basis, or during a bankruptcy. Those full retail licenses are not tied to a location, and can be, if somebody wants to buy the entire operation and take that full retail license to a different location, have at it. I've seen that happen here in Casper. I've also sold a retail liquor license to get a resort license, which did hamper our ability to cater off-site. But I needed to do that because of monetary reasons, and be able to invest that back into the hotel and stay alive during those periods. So I urge you to be cautious, as you heard earlier on the full retail. I'm with Mr. Mosier 100% on doing a phase out on the population formula on bar grills. I think that's a good move. I certainly would be in favor of listening and looking at the tavern license. But again, caution. What's that going to be tied to? What's that, what are all the implications? But open to looking at it. The conversation around the asset versus collateral with the bank. I can tell you that absolutely our bank has taken that as the full retail liquor license as collateral. I don't know necessarily if they have valued it, but they certainly want it as additional collateral. And whether they have it on their balance sheet or we had it on our balance sheet sorted out, which we didn't. It was part of the overall investment. I can tell you when we purchased the historic Wonder Bar back in, I think it was 2001, sold that in 2016, that when we purchased that, times have changed. We did about 70% alcohol, 30% food. When we sold, that was absolutely reversed. So things have changed over time. But again, evaluating for your operators, whether they're new or down the line, having been in the business for a long time, I would hate to see the committee or the legislature go that far. On setting letting the conversation on the cities and towns being able to set the license fee. I saw the suggested language on the resolution from Casper, and I think it was around $18,000 on a full retail license. The thing I don't understand on that is that every single year, when you've made a substantial investment in the retail liquor license in that acquisition, or is that just for the initial purchase for a new liquor license and then going back to the 1,500, or would it be similar to your bar grill, which can be up to, there is an ability, Mr. Mosier would know that better. I never had a bar grill license, but I think it's the first 3 years now, it's 10,500 each year, and then the municipality can drop that. But I just want to urge the committee to take caution. Your longtime retailers in most of your municipalities, who are the ones that your nonprofits, your different businesses are going to for donations? And I can assure you, it's not the big box stores. It is your hometown, homegrown, that are supporting Little League, that are supporting hospice, that are supporting, you name the organization, and day in, day out. So please don't throw our local operators under the bus, and work with the industry as they're working with you, and working with the legislature on trying to solve these problems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to testify remotely.
Thank you. My mic died on me. I believe that's the end of testimony, unless last chance for anybody. Testimony's closed. Committee. What's
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman?
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. From what I've kind of heard, there are 4 or 5 or maybe 6 different potential possibilities. I do think, at least in my community and other communities I've heard of, there is a strong push on this committee to do something to mitigate some of the problems we're seeing, at least in 4 or 5 of our large communities. So, and I'm also stuck at that point where I don't know what the solution is but I don't think we can do all 5 or 6 ideas I heard today all at once in 1 year. So I'll bring a couple of motions and then I'll probably second a couple if other people bring them. So let me start, Mr. Chairman. Let's start with, I would like to move that we have a bill draft that would allow each municipality to set the price of a liquor license through their public process. And I'll explain if I get a second. In my doing so, Mr. Chairman, is we can have that conversation on what a liquor license should be set at. And so whether that's allowing the municipality or the county to set that price, or at least letting us look at saying it should be higher than $1,500. You know, I do believe there is a cost to having a license, enforcement, more alcohol in a community. There is a social cost to, you know, we can call it economic development, but we need to understand that more alcohol in communities, especially from packaged liquor stores, which I'm not in favor of increasing the number of licenses for, have some social needs, right? They have more police calls, they have more incarcerations. And so the fee for that municipality probably should be higher because the cost of doing business with having liquor in your community is higher than it was 90 years ago. So that's my first motion, to have that bill draft, Mr. Chairman.
Moved, seconded by Duncan. Discussion committee. Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with the concept. The question that I have is, would you want to add in the discussion some type of a cap? So for example, if you had a controlling entity that decided they did not want alcohol in that community and they said, well, liquor license is $1 million, then at that point, would that be infringing on someone's ability to enter into commerce? So again, my question is, do you want to at least consider the other side of the spectrum with that motion? Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
I didn't think about that until just then. So, I mean, you could set the price so high you would have a barrier to entry, but I would hope your constituents, you'd be receptive to your constituents. But I do think there are some communities in the state that their city councils may say, we don't want any alcohol in our town. And so I'm struggling with, I think we could draft it that we would have the conversation, right? It's really one section of what the price is. And the question would be, do we raise the price or do we delete the price and put in a section where a city could set their own? And then at that point in that paragraph, we could certainly put in a cap or a minimum. So.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there an appeal process whereas, say, an entity comes in, they go in through their city council, the city council sits there and sets the outrageous price because they don't want it. And is there an appeal process that entity could go up the chain to appeal that outrageous amount? That would be a question.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure what the appeal process would be. You could go to court, I would imagine, but you'd have to have a basis for that. If the legislature authorizes municipalities to charge exorbitant fees, in the liquor area, licensing is everything. You don't have the rights that you have in other goods and commodities. You're kind of stuck with that. I would definitely, and I need to mention, I'm a license holder. A corporation I own is a license holder. So I'll be a conflict on all these issues, but I do think that it would be a bad precedence to allow municipalities to set their own fees. And I can think of lots of trouble that that would involve. First off, you know, my heart, this is where it gets a little personal. It's a tougher business than you ever realized it is. And a lot of these places are barely hanging on. They just raised our fees for our license. We can pay it, but it's not true of everyone. And that it comes at a bad time of year when business is slow. So I would hope that we would maintain some legislative control on the level of fees that are charged for the privilege of selling alcohol. I really do hope we do that. I'll just start there with regards to some of the other things. I'm going to have a conflict. I'll weigh in on the issues, as is my privilege, if you guys are interested. Thank you.
Appreciate the input very much. Further comments? We have no further comments.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say, I do think there's a lot more discussion to be had, but the first step is a bill draft and then a specific area, and those would come out.
Okay, I'll have you restate your bill draft and then we'll go ahead and just do a voice vote on it.
Mr. Chairman, the motion would be to have a bill draft for our next committee meeting. And I'm not sure.
Fees with.
LSO has given me signals, but I'm not sure what the signals are. So a bill draft considering the fee to take out the $1,500 set in statute, and the draft would be to allow the municipality, or the licensing entity, to set the fee at their discretion. But we would certainly have that section of law open, and we could have amendments to put a different cap in there.
It's been moved and seconded. I believe Senator Case has indicated he's a conflict, and I will be as well on that. So all in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It's passed. Yeah, you can. That's called a division. Yeah. Division's been asked for. All in favor, raise your hand, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's that? 6, 7. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's passed. Ruling from the chair stands. Okay, another bill draft, anybody? Mr. Co-Chairman, do you have one?
I have a bunch if no one else is bringing any, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my next motion, I would move that all future licenses after, let's say, it'd be July 1st, 2023 would be non-transferable and would go back to the licensing entity. Is that the right?
All license, including the full retail.
Yeah, it'd be any, well, bars and grills already do. So any full retail liquor license issued by a licensing authority would no longer be transferable. I'm sure we'd have grandfathered licenses in for another century, but that would be at least a start.
Senator Scott, you have a question?
Chairman, no, I'm just lining up to make a proposal when we're through with this one.
Okay, thank you. Discussion. Okay, questions called. We have 2 conflicts. Again, Senator Case, correct? Okay, we have 2 conflicts. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
It's passed. Senator Scott, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we ask for a bill draft based on the Cheyenne Tavern license concept with one fundamental change, that the license be a tavern and entertainment license, and that the requirement be that to hold it, you have to have 60% of your sales coming from combination of food and entertainment.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been seconded. Discussion, further discussion. Senator Scott, one last shot
Yep.
before we vote.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can't see the full tavern license unrestricted is working, but I can see this one is working. I think there will be a need such as we heard from in Cheyenne. I think that will be a need elsewhere. It will loosen things up, but I think it will not do it so much as to do major damage to the value of the existing retail liquor licenses.
Very good. Further discussion. Further discussion. Okay, same two conflicts. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It's passed. We're moved on. We're gonna have some bill drafts to work next meeting. Mr. Co-Chairman. Oh, I like them. That's how we get it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll move the draft that was in front of us, that I think the WSLA brought on bar and grill liquor licenses to expand the number over a certain segment of years. I believe it went out as well over email, but it's to increase the number of bar and grill liquor licenses starting next July 2023.
Second.
I thought we'd agreed to make Mr. Mosher squirm. Second, Scott. Discussion. We all have the draft. No further discussion. Two conflicts. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. It's passed. Anything more? Anything more? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just for the public's benefit and this committee, you've seen kind of, I think, a lukewarm response regarding our votes on these particular proposals. And I think it's important for the public to understand that we have heard concerns consistently and regularly for years about how our liquor laws operate in this state. And we are prepared to move forward with solving those challenges, but not sure that these bill drafts or these proposals are the right tools to get that accomplished. But they are a mechanism to continue the conversation. And so I don't think that there should be maybe an overreaction to some of these bill drafts because very tentative in their draft form. And the conversations will continue to solve these issues. But I think that that's important for the public to understand that the lack of robust eyes and nose is as a result of a lack of support maybe on the specific bill draft, but not necessarily the concept of solving these concerns that we're all hearing across the state.
Thank you, Senator Nethercott. With that, we'll take one last shot if there's any public testimony on, now that we've done the bill drafts, whatnot, if anyone wants to give any testimony. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the next subject. Seeing none, we'll move on. We're on to, let's take a 10-minute break. We're at the end of booze, and now we're going to start talking about where we stay at. Note to my co-chairman, I'm within 3 minutes on schedule.
I don't think Tom. Clips.
bleak side. Okay, we're back to order. We're close to on schedule. Brings up next topics, workforce housing. We're online, correct? Jody, thank you. We will start the workforce housing, and for everybody out there that's listening or in the audience, this is an extremely broad topic, the way Management Council gave to it. We're going to kind of ask everybody to be fairly tight in their testimony, kind of bullet point out ideas of what we can do, and there is no limits. We don't care what you do. We're looking at how to come up with workforce housing, affordable housing in virtually every town in Wyoming. We're just looking for ideas. We'll start with WAM if they want to come on up, and we'll run them through first, and then we'll go to the realtors so they're ready on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the committee for taking up this topic of workforce housing. As you pointed out, a very broad and important topic throughout the state. Hopefully it'll be a little easier now that we got liquor licenses out of the way. Katie, yeah, I have a PowerPoint presentation that we sent out, and kind of back up a little bit. So but in the budget session.
Introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, gosh, I've been out there all day thinking. Mayor Matt Hall from the city of Cody and president of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Apologize, Mr. Chairman. So last year, we worked with the governor's strike team along with WCDA to try and bring forth a housing component to the ARPA funding. And that was to do a housing trust fund that was going to be ran outside the WCDA. And that was stripped by the Corporations Committee, of course. So after that, we banded back together and decided to try and get more people involved to come back with some real solutions. And since then, we've been working with the governor's office, Erica Legursky, and now Ivy is part of his team, along with the WAM, the Wyoming Community Development Authority, the WCCA, Wyoming Realtors, housing authorities throughout the state, like the Cheyenne Housing Authority, My Front Door, Jackson Hole Housing Authority, WYDOT, and even some of the federal groups like the USDA and HUD throughout the state. What WAM decided to do is to reach out to all 98 of the communities that are our members. Of course, we're 99 minus 1. So with our association, we sent out a survey, and that you guys have in your packets. And so where do we stand? This is on this slide right here. This is our regions. It's split up into 6 regions. As you can see, we're in region 2. We ended up having 41 respondents, which we thought was pretty good for our 98 total. And if Katie, you go to the next page. So those are all the communities that had responded. And I think you'll be pleased that we have quite a diverse cross section. You have the Cokeville, Guernsey, Shoshone, Saratogas, Wright, Encampment, then Cheyenne, Lander. You can see that Casper's in there, Cody. Pretty much a real broad amount of survey results from each represented areas within the state, as well as different community sizes. So here are some of the questions. I'm just going to try and run through a few of them pretty quickly. Is your community facing some sort of housing shortage? Of course, 90% absolutely, and 10 no. Our next page was, what types of housing is your community currently lacking? Now that 88% of the communities said they needed more affordable housing, and 83% said they needed more workforce housing, and 63% needed more housing for seniors. And just briefly, as far as the affordable housing goes, I know that does get lost a little bit with people as far as what we're trying to reference and as far as the problem. There certainly are existing mechanisms in place, both the federal and the WCDA, that can have tax credits, building low income housing. And then of course, on the other end of the continuum, we have, affluent individuals where they're much more flexible when it comes to dealing with price increases. But really what we're talking about is that, as you've termed workforce housing, where we have our our teachers. I would categorize most of our governments, especially local government entities, state entities, obviously police, fire, and what is termed by my realtor friends as the missing middle, as a way for those people to actually be able to afford to live in a lot of these communities. And so that's, as you know, that's what we're really trying to get at today, is really trying to find a way to help out, to get those people, whether it's through trying to work with the individual municipalities as a way to, take care of infrastructure needs. And then, or as a way to even have a housing trust fund that can help those individuals directly with some kind of financing. If we move forward to the next question, is your current lack of workforce housing hindering your economic development efforts? 70% of our respondents indicated that they had. And we asked them to elaborate a little bit, and I'll just point out a couple, one of them local. Town of Sundance, it is almost impossible to hire waitresses, daycare workers, hospital staff in our community because there is no rental properties available or homes to buy. If there were homes to purchase, they are too expensive for them to purchase. City of Cheyenne, companies are having a difficult time recruiting prospective employees to Cheyenne due to a lack of affordable housing and/or housing in general, so also rent. Our next question is, are there companies that would like to move to or expand in your community that can't because of lack of workforce housing? And of course, 60%, you'll notice the pretty reoccurring theme here that any kind of housing issues that comes up, it's almost always the same. The need and the inability to meet the economic development and the workforce housing needs. And on elaborating on that question, the town of Pinedale, they've had several companies shop Pinedale through the Wyoming Business Council, but cost and availability of housing have made it less than ideal. Additionally, they have a new hospital which is going in, which would require additional housing. Town of Shoshone, the Labatt Pet Supplies looked at Shoshone to relocation spot for their business, and they did not have infrastructure for housing or staffing. On the next slide, do seniors currently have to move out of your community to find senior housing? 56% of our communities said that their seniors are having to move away to find appropriate housing. At Town of LaBarge, our elderly residents are having to move into senior housing as far away as Salt Lake City, Utah, because of lack of senior housing. Do your municipal employees currently have issues finding housing in your community? 63%. And last night I had the opportunity to talk to the director of YDOT, and we discussed, as I have many times with the town of Jackson, that most of their employees live on the other side of the pass. They have to drive over the top of the pass, come into the town of Jackson, and then go back over to plow those roads. So, many of these workers that are just required to keep many of these city functions going aren't even located within the city limits. Cody's experiencing the same kind of issues. Many of our employees live in our neighboring community of Powell, about 20 miles away, and some as far away as in Grable, which is 60 miles away. And this next slide was a bit of a point to that. Town of Cokeville, we had to move our new police chief to live in a camp trailer for a few months before a house became available. I appreciate the levity of the photo, but it does speak to the concerns. Same thing at Lingle. If you're required to live in town, corporate limits, no one could find suitable housing. 4 of the 5 full-time employees live outside housing limits. 2 of those live more than 10 miles away. Then have you made any efforts to address your housing issues at the local level? 75% of communities have tried to make some efforts. I think a lot of them trying to reach out to developers to try and find ways where the communities can work with those new developments to try and keep costs low. Of course, a lot of our economy is working against us with the inflation and building materials. I know a gentleman from the Cheyenne Housing Authority is going to speak well to that. Some of the comments on that, the city of Casper, The city continues to partner with their housing authority for all housing opportunities. They have offered up even land and done loans to help them. Then as recommended from the city of Laramie in our adopted economic development plans, we're currently working through an extensive code revision in an attempt to encourage affordable housing development. So our communities are trying to do what they can with the levers that we're given as far as taking care of zoning to address some of these issues. The next page, a contributing factor is the out-of-state real estate investors for short-term rentals. This is a particular concern in a lot of our areas with heavy tourism traffic. We have a lot of short-term rentals that are coming in. People are welcome to buy those houses in those certain zoning areas and do what they can with them, but knowing that they're actually, they're taking over a lot of eligible places that could be used for more long-term rentals. So at least within the city of Cody, we have 4 different zones. Our R1, which is our single-family housing. We have a minimum of 30 days in order to rent for those areas. And then R2, you have to live in those houses if you want to do short-term rentals. And then R3, we allow them to be used as regular short-term rentals. So, and just another comments as far as like some of the headaches that some of the smaller towns have been working through. They're still having issues with some of those things like short-term rentals that are basically taking over a lot of the existing areas. And then I feel like this is kind of a softball question, but if the legislator were to provide resources and or funding to help address housing issues in the state, would your community participate in the program? Of course, 90% agreed that they would participate. And of course, if you look at another, one of the other comments we have there is 46% actually have shovel-ready programs. So we have communities that are ready to cooperate, and as well as the association with the legislator to find solutions to these housing problems. So that is essentially the survey that I just wanted to present from the association. As I've mentioned before, we'd have a nice working group going with the governor's office and a lot of the people in the room that are interested in the housing issues. And I guess with that, I would stand for questions or turn it over to my peers.
Questions, committee? Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, have your the respondents and the people to this survey, you say that they are working on zoning, possible help with zoning in their communities. Are they getting any pushback from local, from their county commissioners or anybody like that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, of course, I can't speak to every community throughout the state as I haven't had that opportunity to ask as far as how the dynamic has worked with the County Commissioners Association. We've been great partners with the WCCA and have brought them into our conversations, and they've attended at least 2 of the 4 meetings that we had. So I trust they're going to be alongside us going forward. We do have, most communities have some form of zoning, and I know that when we changed ours, when we upgraded ours about 5 years ago, we went out to the community, had many public hearings, tried to get as much public input as we could from people and what did they want, their individual, blocks even, or areas within the community. And I think maybe the Realtors Association will speak to the smart growth areas. Just try to determine where in those areas in town it was going to be welcome to have, those kinds of Airbnb activities, or where it would be good for multifamily housing, and and then some of the more structured areas that were better for R1 for the single family dwelling areas. But I think that the conversation, and with most of our zoning, with conversations with a lot of our municipalities, we generally try and bring everyone in as we can and try and be all encompassing as far as how we address those zoning issues when we go to make those changes.
Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, so in your working groups, have you discussed streamlining like building departments, licensing? A little background, I had a company that built houses and it seemed like for every guy that's out there driving a nail, you gotta have an hour doing paperwork to get through City Hall. Has there been a discussion of streamlining that stuff, maybe having standards for inspectors, making licenses easier to bring trades in, that sort of thing? It seems like was the biggest barrier to entry is organizing all that. Sometimes licensing for trades could be 2 weeks, a month before you could get your guys licensed. Has there been a conversation around those lines, maybe speeding some of that stuff up?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Clausen, we're always open to trying to become more efficient at our local government levels in particular. I believe most of our first-class cities, I would say, have a pretty well-working planning department that they go through, and we've always tried to look at ways. If something's not working effectively, then absolutely. It's whether it be inspection processes or licensing, as you say, for permits or fees. We actually are going to look at some of our permitting and fee processes, and ironically enough, it's our contractors board is bringing something to the table that's kind of almost opposite. They would like us to increase some of our permits and fees so we can actually bring on another inspector to try and take care of some electrical inspection problems that we're having issues with within the city of Cody. So I think we're always interested in hearing from our citizens and from the local contractors. They're the ones building our infrastructure for us. So if we can do what we can to help smooth those processes, I don't know any community in the state that's in opposition to that. I'm just speaking for the ones I guess I can talk to occasionally, but.
Further questions for Mr. Hall? Representative Duncan.
I was going to be silent. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I won't go into too in depth, but I have dealt with this a lot. I am a realtor. Since 2005. I've been the state president in 2017. I've served as a chairman on Housing Opportunities, which identifies and actually works for National Housing Opportunities, is a National Association of Realtors. So this is my bread and butter. It is very frustrating going across the state and dealing with different municipalities who refuse to work with their citizens and refuse to identify the barriers that they insist on putting in place. Zones, they will sit there and they will put in zoning and change their ordinances to make bigger lots in their communities rather than allowing smaller lots for housing to have deeper density. The deeper density will solve some of your housing issues. They refuse to allow 3-story apartment buildings, which builders know that you cannot recoup on 2 stories, and you cannot recoup necessarily on 3 stories because you have handicap accessible. But on 3 stories, you can recoup your income, but they will not let you higher density once again with 3 stories. They put restrictions on your square footage. They put in mitigation things where you have to have certain types of cabinets. You have to have certain types of this and certain types of that. So they price out the construction and the developers to be able to really make it affordable. So municipalities are sitting here preventing communities from really being able to solve the problems themselves, as well as not in my backyard. Everyone's sitting here screaming and yelling, we want affordable housing, we want workforce housing. But then when private industry comes in, and even municipalities will come in and then they'll say, oh, but no, not in my backyard. So it's really frustrating that we're sitting here, and I really, really want to be the champion here for everyone. But we have to break down some of these. Well, we're all working together. It's not happening. It really isn't. And I'm sure Cody's doing it, but a lot of them are not. So I really want to have an honest conversation with this and really break down some of these barriers and have real solutions. Don't you think?
Thank you. I was going to ask where the question was at. So
Mr.
you heard
Chairman,
the answer. What is the question?
Representative Duncan. Yeah, very eloquently put. I think that we're at the precipice. We have so many housing problems right now that we're looking for solutions. And I believe that we're ready to bargain where we need to. And I think that I'm not going to dispute what you're saying. I'm sure some communities have their own ideas as far as what they want to see growth look like, and that might vary compared to others, which does make it frustrating, I'm sure. We live in a big state. Geographically, it's quite spread out. We have a lot of different communities, and I'm sure, trying to intersperse with a lot of those can be challenging, I'm sure. But I really think that I wouldn't really be here today if I didn't think that most of those municipalities were looking to try and come to the table and look for ways to solve this problem.
Mr. Frazier.
If I may, thank you, Mayor. That was a great presentation. For the record, David Fraser, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. If I might just amplify what the mayor's just said here. So, housing is not an issue only among the regular suspects. It's been really eye-opening to us as we've traveled the state, and we have periodic regional meetings, and all the cities come, and we get into the tall grass on some issues. And it's been super eye-opening to us that all of our communities are having housing issues. As one of our staffers says, when Shoshone tells you that they're having housing issues, it's a statewide issue. I can't stress that enough. We were hearing it from everybody: large towns, small towns, college towns, tourist towns, rural towns. So I think we have everybody's attention. Furthermore, it's a big deal to our cities. We have cities that, we have one city that was trying to bring in a company, and the company was interested in coming, but there wasn't sufficient housing and they weren't able to get it. We have another city that said, we had several cities that said we don't have any houses on the market, or we have one house on the market. We had one city that said, we knew we had a problem when a doctor moved it, took a job in town and couldn't find a place to live. So our community, I can tell you from having interacted with all of our communities, this issue has their attention, and that's why it's become such an important issue to WHAM. Now, I think that there isn't a single solution to that. I think what the Representative Duncan has brought up is an important part of the solution. I don't think it is the total solution. And to that end, as the mayor said, we've been meeting. We've kind of formed our own working group already, and it's very inclusive. I'm going to miss. He was smart enough not to mention names, but because I'm going to miss somebody. But we've met a couple times as a group, and that group has included WHAM, WCCA, the Realtors Association, general contractors, the governor's office, HUD, USDA. Man, I'm missing a ton. Open Door. I'm just missing a ton because we've got a big group, and we're trying to be inclusive about it. In fact, at the last meeting, one of the questions was who's not here that ought to be, and let's get them an invitation. We identified a couple more. You're going to hear from several of that group today, and what's I think important to recognize is if there was a silver bullet for this, you guys would have fired it by now, right? And there's not, but I think if we can all get outside of our box a little bit, which would include municipalities trying to get out of the box. Now we have zoning codes, and the reason we have zoning codes is so you can buy a house and know that a refinery is not going to move in next door, right? And that's important for people that live in our communities. but there's probably ways we could get more creative with the zoning code that would allow us to attack this issue without sacrificing the purpose of having those codes. So we're willing to get outside the box, and I'm having discussion with my members about that. And as we've discussed with these other groups, I think they're willing to get outside of the box too. And I think this is going to take not just a single solution. I think it's going to take multiple solutions to take a bite out of this. I think some of those will be legislative. I think some of those, I think some of those will be legislative. Some will come from cities. Some will come from, private industry. Some may come from the executive branch. I mean, I think we need to look for all those solutions and put them together. And that's what we're aiming to do. And I think we can do that. All the groups, and you'll hear it, have indicated they're willing to get creative. And we want to bring you guys. So that's the big ask today, is we want you guys to let us stay in this discussion with you. Let us bring you not just the problem. So far we've just introduced the problem, but it's just the beginning of testimony. Not just to bring you the problem, but we want to have an opportunity to figure out some solutions and bring those to you as well. So, but by the end of the day, we're hoping that you'll be encouraging us to keep working together on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stand down.
Senator Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fraser, I was just wondering if your working group has maybe divided the need for housing between, say, government workers, teachers, law enforcement, and seniors, with private industry coming in. So if somebody wants to bring a new business into your town, and they, it seems to me in the economic reality of doing business in certain towns in Wyoming is that they have to supply their own workforce housing somehow. And that should be just an economic equation for them. So anyway, it would reduce some of the magnitude of your problem a little bit. I know they've done that in at least one community in Wyoming. Was that a question?
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. It's through the chair. It's yes, and it's interesting that the problem that we're seeing, it's not all the same problem. You know what I mean? It's not all the same need. And in fact, we're struggling among us as a working group. We're struggling with the jargon a little bit, because some people need workforce housing, some people need affordable housing, some need senior housing, some need all of that. You know what I mean? What's the right jargon that captures all of this? And the causes are different. One of the things that I didn't mention, City of Laramie said, well, we can't get any builders in town. We can't get anybody to, even our local builders are all down in Colorado rebuilding after rebuilding Boulder, the Boulder area after the fires. So, you know what I mean? In some case, so there's all manner of causes that have really created this, I hate to use the overused word perfect storm, but there's a lot of factors. And again, why I think we need to uncover every stone. And I think we'll take multiple solutions to
follow up, Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm sure the city planners are looking into all these new things, but I know being in the industry myself, there are pre-made houses being built that are really of good quality and tiny. They can be, and stackable and all sorts of things like that. And that is all pretty new development stuff that I think could help us out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let me preface my question saying I grew up in Casper and grew up at a time when there was considerable growth, and the private developers were building affordable housing. I think in particular, the ones that transformed the CY Ranch hay meadows into affordable housing right next to a refinery too. And that housing is still there and serving well. And now when I go around the community, I see developers mostly building high end. And I'm trying to figure out why. I think Representative Duncan articulated some of the problems, but the one I've heard of, I wanted to ask about was that I've heard that one of the things that goes on is that it's difficult to get access to the water and sewer facilities that you're going to need. And so when you do, you can only get so much of it. And the high end is much more profitable. So that's all that's getting built. Do we have a major problem with lack of ability to get the sort of water, sewer, and probably street infrastructure? And is that a major barrier to the construction of affordable housing?
Thank you, Senator, again through the chair. I'm going to defer a little bit because I know that Ms. Urbakite is going to talk a little bit about just the issue that that the senator's bringing up about, low end, high end, and middle. But I will say that one of another challenge we're having, and contractors having the problem, cities are having the problem, and that is materials. Another, which you'll hear this too today, but another culprit is material costs, and that's hitting the cities just like it's hitting the contractors. And in fact, contractor availability, just like in the home building, has also been an issue for a lot of our cities in the infrastructure, water, sewer, streets, sidewalks. Contractor availability has been tough as well. So again, not an easily solved problem, but I think we need to attack it from every angle.
Thank you. Follow up, Senator Scott. All good. Questions, committee? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, he did not respond to the question are we having major problems with our basic water sewer type infrastructure?
I'm not, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure, maybe I don't understand the question. Every city, if this is what you're getting at, Senator, and I don't know, every city certainly has some backlog of those projects that need to be completed. And that's, just a budgeting reality eternally. Is that what you're getting at, or can you clarify the question for me?
Mr. Chairman, what I was told was that it was difficult to get access to and particularly the water and sewer assets that you would need, be able to hook up to the systems so that whenever you did, you built the most profitable, which was the high end, and you never got beyond that because you couldn't get the access. And I'm trying to figure out, is that one individual being wrong about what the problem is, or is there a major problem there? Because that is potentially one we could work on. And I can't figure out whether being able to hook your development up to water and sewer is a major obstacle or not.
Thank you, Senator. There's a couple of things that occur to me in what you're talking about. Of course, location, geography, topography have an impact on any individual project. Might be more or less expensive, easier or more difficult to access those utilities. One of the things that, and again, I'm not sure today that we're bringing, I'm not sure we have all the solutions yet, but given what the group has done so far, I'm optimistic we're bringing some. I think one of the solutions might be some of the federal dollars that we've received in ARPA and so forth that might be applied specifically to these utility issues, which would not only give local governments an opportunity to ready those projects for the developers, but also maybe save the developer some project and by that means bring down the cost of the house. And again, Ms. Urbakite is going to be talking specifically, I know, about the missing middle In other words, those houses that, you know what I mean, that aren't high-end or affordable housing, that the Realtors Association is really seeing a crisis in the middle of that market. And so I think she'll address a lot of that. Did I come closer? I'm trying.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, he hasn't answered the question but I think that's an open one we need to consider is, are some of those infrastructure needs, are they a major obstacle to the provision of the affordable housing? Because clearly in my community, a lot of the building has been just the high end. And if there's a shortage on ability to access infrastructure, it may be that drives what construction is done to the most profitable, which seems to be the high end stuff.
Senator Scott, thank you. And I'll answer a little. I think it's obvious that any town that has the ability to put in curb and gutter and pave on either agreement ground or ground next to it always ends up developed, and it depends on how it falls. But I watch Cheyenne build loop roads. I watch Casper do them, and everybody laughs, and they build them, and 15 years later they're developed and they're on to the next one. So there's no doubt government infrastructure, if someone else will pay for the infrastructure, plays a key role. And I think it plays a key role what we're doing here. So thank you. Realtors want to come start swinging it. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Lori Urbicate with the Wyoming Realtors. And I also represent the Wyoming Housing Alliance, which is made up of the modular and manufactured housing industry in Wyoming. So we are very glad to be here. We're glad to have this discussion. I'm going to try and share my screen. Or are you going to do the PowerPoint from there? Oh, the Wi-Fi's down. I guess I'm not going to share my screen. So I do have I'm going to stare at my screen for a minute and see if it's going to work. Okay, so I have the slideshow in front of me. It was downloaded on the LSO's website, so possibly it will come up. What I wanted to do is go through the basics of a program that the National Association of Realtors brought forth several years ago. It's called Smart Growth for the 21st Century. And what it does is it identifies things that communities can do that they can adapt. There are 10 principles, and they can adapt these to make it work in their community, to make their community look like what they want while providing housing. So I'm going to go through those 10 smart growth concepts rapidly, and then I would be happy to get into a more in-depth discussion on what the state of Wyoming, i.e. through legislative action, what you all can look at to maybe make this happen.
Exactly what we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, but I will go fast. Okay, so the first concept that I want you to understand is that the National Association of Realtors has done studies every 2 years. They've polled nationally, and what they've found is that consumers prefer walkable, connected neighborhoods. People do want to live where they work and play. They do not want to have to drive 40 miles to their job. They don't anywhere in the nation. And it builds strong communities when you have the ability. Oh, look, we have the PowerPoint up. You go ahead and go on to the second screen. So I obviously went on to the third one, but that's okay. So I've explained the smart growth, go on to the next one. There it is. So that's what consumers are preferring across the country. And certainly the younger buyers, the people that we want to keep in Wyoming as they graduate from our university. And we want to keep that those young people in our communities. They certainly, this is their preference, is to be able to live in walkable communities. But unfortunately, over the many, many years, our laws and investment policies have made it hard to deliver those policies. So go ahead. So I've said they want walkability, and we'll go through these really fast. Next, they want convenient access. They want to be able, ironically, people actually want to be able to ride their bikes to the grocery store or ride their bikes to their appointments or to their jobs. I know it's a concept foreign in my mind, but there are people that want that. So go ahead. They want a sense of place. We don't want to give up what Wyoming is, and nor does anyone else across the country. We want a sense of place. Next. They want the social connection that comes with that, and they want housing choices. Now, this one is really important. We want choices. We have to have, as was mentioned earlier, that missing middle is a new concept or a new term it's not a concept, but a term that's being thrown around a lot. And that basically is talking about, we have the low income housing, we have large apartment complexes around in many communities in our state. And we have really large, big individual single family homes. And we have smaller single family homes. But that missing middle is the duplexes, the triplexes, that middle ground where people maybe aren't quite ready to buy yet. Maybe their income does not allow them to buy yet. But it's that missing middle. And if we have a variety of housing choices, then that is going to solve a lot of that problem. Moving on. So the bottom line is we've had laws, we've had policies, we've had the history of the way we zone. It's called the Euclidean zoning model, where we go, if you are a wealthy person, you get to be in residential 1A over here, and it's a great big house on a great big lot, and no one is going to change your zoning. That's where you belong. And then if you don't have much money, then you can be over here, but for heaven's sakes, we're not going to combine them. Now, granted, we don't want to combine residential with industrial, obviously. But what we're finding across the country is that if you combine residential with some small commercial, i.e. shopping, restaurants, people love it. It is a walkable community. And if we combine those small commercial entities with housing that might be above them, it's a win-win for everybody. We're creating jobs, we're creating housing, we're creating walkable neighborhoods. So go on. So, but I do want to say smart growth is local. All growth should be local. And I am certainly not here to say that we need to do away with all zoning across the state of Wyoming in every municipality. Municipalities need to be local. The concepts need to be local, but there is a role for the state government. Next. So that's just a picture of the way the 20th century solution to zoning was. We build great big things and hope that they solve the purpose, but they don't look so nice. Next. So here are the actual smart growth concepts. And we're probably just going to stop the slideshow after these because I can go through these rapidly. So we want to create walkable neighborhoods. That's the first one. We want to take advantage of compact building design, as Representative Duncan brought up. Sometimes density is a good thing. As Senator Scott asked about the infrastructure, if you have a compact design, if you have density, then those costs to hook up to the water and sewer are going to be much more reasonable and you can make a profit. If you have to have a huge lot and put a little house on it and the cost the same, instead of having several houses on that large acreage, obviously those costs are going to be much higher. So density is absolutely critical. Compact building design is critical. Mixed land use, as I've already gone over, is critical. Create a wide range of housing opportunities and choices. There is no reason why we can't have senior housing combined in a residential neighborhood. People that come into our communities that move here from out of state may not have a grandma or grandpa close by. They can have a grandma and grandpa in senior housing that can be integrated into that neighborhood. These are all things that can happen, that do happen in other areas, and strengthen our communities. We need to obviously strengthen indirect development toward existing communities. That I'm talking in building, foster a strong sense of place. We went through that. We want to preserve our open space and critical environment areas, and we need to provide a variety of transportation choices. As I said, some people actually do enjoy biking. And we want, here's the big one. We must make the development decisions. which come from the county or the municipalities, they must be predictable, fair, and cost-effective. If you want housing in your community, then you have to be able to take a look in the mirror and say, what is my community doing to stop this? Why can't we work with the private industry to make this happen? So that's one of the absolute key ones. And then encouraging the community and stakeholder engagement. And in this one, Senator Representative Duncan mentioned the NIMBY's not in my backyard philosophy. I will tell you that that happens because the neighbors aren't involved. If you have a planning process where you get all of the stakeholders there together and you work together, we had one in Riverton many, many years ago. And literally when it started, we couldn't have, they didn't want rentals allowed in residential 1 because everyone knew that renters tore the siding off their house and left it in the yard. That's where we started from in those hearings. We had a series of hearings over a series of weeks. And at the end, we all saw the same vision that we have to have affordable housing. And with that, let me tell you what I think we found the best definition for affordable housing, and it came from Fannie Mae. So when we talk workforce housing, when we talk affordable housing, workforce housing really is all about affordability. So what is that? Fannie Mae says that no family should pay more than 30% of their gross monthly income for their housing payment, whether that's rent or house payment. Now understand that that total house payment includes, if you have a mortgage, your taxes and your insurance, 1/12 of each. So as taxes go up, the residential taxes go up, this is going to impact that 30%. And certainly interest rates is impacting that 30%. But if you can keep your housing cost to 30%, you should be able to stay out of the poorhouse and not be a lot of people in the free market kind of get real warm and fuzzy about, but it's a reality. That's the only way you're going to control workforce housing. If the state's going to put money in, if the municipalities or the counties are going to make exceptions to their rules, to their zoning ordinances, to their regulations in order to provide workforce housing, then there's going to have to be deed restrictions to maintain it. There's just no two ways about it that I can see. So that's a concept that the state could work at. What I do know is that workforce housing is an issue across the United States. One of my counterparts in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, just posted, anybody have any brilliant ideas how to solve this? I mean, it is everywhere across the United States. And it is because, I mean, with the interest rates going up, it's only going to get worse. So I'm afraid, Representative Duncan, I am not real familiar with the program because, again, as I said, we didn't have a housing authority. We weren't going to qualify for it. I only have limited brain capacity.
Final follow-up, and it's just a comment, Mr. Chairman. The state of Utah actually received billions of dollars in workforce housing funds because they did have a housing authority. So just for the committee's information.
Thank you. We have Senator Scott back online. Did you have a question from earlier, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, no, I just got missed a good part of it, some kind of an internet failure.
Very sorry about that. Yeah, I wasn't sure you didn't have a question for committee questions. Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So So my question is more geared on the non-traditional buyers on the demand side, driving up the prices on more of an affordable housing conversation. So does your association have research on, I've heard this anecdotally, the amount of purchases for strictly Airbnbs and then the amount of purchases of residential real estate, that middle ground that we're kind of missing, that's just going to corporate investment. So I've seen research in some cities, I think it was Dallas, don't take this as gospel, but 40% of the real estate being purchased was, or of the residential real estate was being purchased by corporate investment for either rentals or simply to sit on it for asset management sort of things. Do you guys have any of that sort of research? How much of that's, how many of these purchases are going to non-traditional buyers that are driving up on the cost side?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so the Realtors MLS multiple listing service, I can pull up information on what housing is selling for, how many days it's on the market, all that kind of information. But the information as to who bought it and what the purpose is not part of that data. So I would not have any firm data on that information, nor do I think I can get it. I will say that we heard the same thing when I was at the national meetings in May in DC, and what we were told there, and there was a lengthy discussion about these corporate buyers that are running up the prices, is that that's way over exaggerated. I have no proof on that. That is absolutely what was said at the national level, that, I mean, even in large markets, in Dallas, in Denver, in big market areas, they were saying, yeah, there's that rumors out there, but it's just not happening to the degree that it's being purported. And I will say that, real estate the price of it is governed by a willing buyer and a willing seller that come together to determine a price. We're certainly, saying that we would support deed restrictions is a huge stretch for the Realtor organization, because we firmly believe in private property rights and the ability to sell and utilize your property to the highest value that you can. But we have no information on that at the state level or through the Realtor organization.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware of anywhere that houses that information? Or, for this conversation, I think it'd be useful to see if it is realistic, if there is some price differentials. I mean, if we're going to look into if we're looking into this issue and it's either is or isn't a factor, I think it's important.
Mr. Chairman, we can certainly poll our members and ask them, but I don't even know that the realtors involved in the transaction always know what the purpose of that purchase was for. If they take out a mortgage and it is for owner occupied, I mean, we can check with some lenders and see if they have that type of information available on how many owner occupied mortgages been, taken. But we as a Realtor organization, we do not have access to that information.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as a reminder to our committee and the participants, we are a non-disclosure state. So a lot of information is not disclosed.
Further questions, committee? Further questions? Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we're back to the list. Cheyenne Housing Authority. We have someone here from Cheyenne Housing Authority. They were on the list.
We're gonna let two people in.
Okay.
I don't know Anna, but
Do we have one of them trying to get in, Jody?
they're both on their way. And should not show up yet, but I let two people in. Mayor Jackson's one of them.
Okay. Yes, while we're waiting, either my front door or someone here from my front door by any chance?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. perfect. Sorry to skip you around. We'll try to keep our time pretty well there. Welcome to Hewlett and look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am joined by Dan Dorsch with Habitat for Humanity of Laramie County. We are appreciative of the opportunity, the privilege really, to address the body today. And we are here to kind of follow on. You heard the need for housing in the various communities around the state. And we believe there are a number of mechanisms that can help. One of the things that we would encourage the collective to do is to define the problem and to define what workforce housing is and define what we're trying to solve. So for example, I think oftentimes when we mention affordable housing, folks really look at that and say, oh gosh, the NIMBYs say it's those people, but really what we're talking about is housing affordability. I would encourage you to turn that term on its head and think about, as Ms. Urbakite stated, the 30% of affordability is really something that is from HUD. HUD really classifies affordability as 30% of gross household income being spent on housing, whether it's, that should be PITI, and it should also include utilities. So when we think about who that might be, it's not just those that are making 40,000 and it's not those making 400,000. It is really all of them and thinking what's affordable for them. We need all different types of houses in our community. Everything from, again, what Ms. Urbakite referenced as the missing middle, but we also need, we do need to consider those that want ranchettes for housing solutions. We also need to include those young urban professionals that might want downtown living. So we really need to kind of think about all of those things. I did include a couple of flyers for you today about things that we would consider might be arrows in the quiver. One would be our statewide housing trust fund option, as well as land banking. I think whenever you, I know that we're all really in favor of putting more arrows in the quiver. However, if you pull that arrow from another tree and it doesn't fit your bow, it doesn't do you a whole lot of good. So I think these two options that we want to kind of visit with you today about would allow us local control and being able to solve the problems in our community as being right-sized. I will start off with land banking, and then I will hand it over to Dan Dorsch, who will talk to you a little bit about a housing trust fund. So land banking is really a concept that would require the legislature give enabling legislation to set up land banks, which would be an agreement with a nonprofit or some such group to hold land tax-free. And we are really talking about, in most instances, cases that are vacant, abandoned, or distressed properties. So they are blighted, market-rejected properties that we can bring back on the tax rolls for best use. And though that would just require enabling legislation for you, good note, no fiscal note, no fiscal note. Those are being used in a variety of communities across the country, and oftentimes they do feed into or support a restricted land or a restricted deed or community land trust model that also Ms. Urbakite referenced, and those can really serve for affordability and perpetuity. I will hand it over to Dan to talk a little bit about Housing Trust Fund.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, senators, representatives. One of the solutions we're here to talk to you about is the State Housing Trust Fund. It has been brought to before the legislature before, but we felt we would revisit that again as a possible solution. What a State Housing Trust Fund does is it gives the state local control for funding for affordable housing issues that have a wide range of wide-ranging capabilities. So on a national level, the state does receive National Housing Trust Fund funding, and that is through the WCDA, but there are restrictions on those and how they can be used, and sometimes they're too onerous for smaller organizations, including nonprofit, for-profit, and municipalities to access because they don't have the capacity to manage federal programs. So what a state housing trust fund does is allow more flexibility and more access to dollars for housing issues. In looking at models for Wyoming, we feel we have a good model to potentially adopt to the state, and that is Iowa's model, and that is on the back of the page we had handed out. Iowa's model has two programs. One is a local housing trust fund, which receives 60% of the state's funding. And those funds are distributed to 27 local housing trust funds that represent all 99 counties in Iowa. So when you hear about the barriers and the obstacles that we see here in Wyoming, a state housing trust fund set up under this model is a way to facilitate monies and dollars and programs locally, so each county, city, region can address their own unique housing issues. And I'll keep it short and brief and open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Do you know in Iowa or other states who controls the money? Is it something like a WCDA, or is it controlled in other states that have like a statewide housing authority?
Mr. Chairman, Representatives Wanitzer, yes, it is a organization similar to the WCDA or a finance authority. Specifically, Iowa's is the Iowa State Finance Authority, but most states do have some sort of housing authority or something similar to the WCDA that does the administration for the fund.
Thank you. Committee questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, Representative Duncan had mentioned the Housing Authority in Utah getting large sums for workforce housing. I believe, which county is it? Is it that started a housing trust fund with ARPA funds?
So the city of Sheridan has actually started a city housing trust fund with ARPA funding. I believe it was $1.3 million, if I remember correctly, that their city designated from ARPA for a city housing fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you guys familiar, or is this project, I do know that they started something similar to the Habitat for Humanity's model, but what they're doing is a middle housing project where it's a subdivision and it's deed restricted. It's the 200,000 range. Is this the project you guys are talking about, maybe? Are you familiar with that? In Sheridan? I'm sorry, Cody.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Driscoll, Representative Duncan. I am not familiar with that project. I will say that as nonprofit developers and affordable housing practitioners, we handle different AMI sets. Dan's program happens to be just slightly different than mine, but my program does have a community land trust with that deed restricted 50 to 80% of AMI. So we are looking in that price set, and that's where we develop. Our next county is Albany that we will be developing projects in.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, maybe I misunderstood in the very beginning. Are you with Habitat for Humanities or not?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, I am with My Front Door. We are a nonprofit developer as well. So we have an organic kind of housing continuum that we develop in. Yeah, and Dan wanted to kind of talk about one tool. I would talk about the other, and land banking, I think, is one that would really help those.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody online? Let's go ahead and.
Oh, and Mayor Levinson's on too.
Okay, we'll start with Anna Olson. And she been admitted? I don't see her yet. Okay, welcome, Anna.
Thanks very much. Hello, Senator Driscoll. I'm actually going to take myself off camera if you don't mind. Ironically, I'm at a Habitat for Humanity luncheon here in Jackson. My name is Anna Olson. I'm the CEO and president of the Jackson Hole Chamber of Commerce. Hello, Senator Driscoll, Representative Swanitzer, and members of the Corporations Committee. I'm delighted to make public comment on behalf of the Jackson Hole Chamber of Commerce today, and I'm pleased to be part of the working group you've heard of. It truly is going to be a statewide solution that needs to tackle all of this. Affordable and workforce housing is the #1 issue for chamber members here in Teton County. And we are working with private developers, philanthropy, realtors, town and county, and the Joint Housing Department on solutions. Ms. Eberkreit is right. People want to be part of the community. We're already sitting at 40% of our workforce driving 60 to 100 miles to work here. I am going to speak today briefly on the funding needs for this topic. We cannot avoid this important part of this topic. I've made public comment on this before. The enabling House Bill 35 last year, county optional real estate transfer tax, was drafted and approved by the Joint Revenue Committee. We continue to support all bills that are going to address funding. There was Senate File 113 extending property tax exemption. We're going to need to tackle this from different angles. Each county has ways to address this. Zoning is a channel that we're working on. Mitigation is a channel we're working on. I agree with Representative Duncan. This work should be done at the local level, and we believe locally focused conversations should remain that way. What we're asking for really is for you to consider helping us breaking down a funding barrier by enabling local control on the choice of funding. It may or may not work for each community. Those who don't want it don't need it as a local option. This came close to passing nearly 20 years ago, and I believe we can return to common ground and add it to our toolbox as we look to ways, whether it's local or state, whether it's private or public, to fund the need for workforce and affordable housing. Bringing the private sector into funding solution as a supporting and mitigating role is not unprecedented in this state, with the most recent successful example being our local option lodging tax. We'll not see economic development in the state until we tackle the workforce housing crisis that will need public money support. And we agree there are going to need to be deed restrictions, there are going to need to be affordable restrictions. Building these types of homes is not profitable. Hence the outcome Senator Scott highlighted, that the high-end free market becomes the only new build that we're seeing. Doing nothing is really not an option, and I really look forward to the rest of the year and conversations taking place at the committee level and at the group level that we already have discussed. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. We appreciate all the experience you've got and the insight. Committee questions? Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to see you, Anna and the mayor. Do you have any idea of what, with the real estate sales in the last year, that a real estate transfer tax would bring into your county? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Roscoe, we do have those figures for the last 3 years. And of course, they have been eye-popping, I think is the word I would use, in this particular region. But of course, everybody has been seeing the increase in that potential opportunity. I will forward that information. It is data, whether, residential and commercial, which was what is included in House Bill 53. But certainly, of course, last year we were looking at over 25 million. In terms of other years, then that number becomes less. I would be happy to forward to the committee and will forward the previous 5 years of those numbers.
More questions? Or thank you. Who else do we have in there? Mayor Levinson, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to be in 2 places at once today. I am working at my family's business in the hospitality industry. But Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your service to our great state and for taking public comment today. I'm Haley Morton Levinson, Mayor of Jackson and Wyoming Association of Municipalities board member. And I'm just here to express gratitude to the Corporations Committee and today's presenters for digging into workforce housing. This is a topic persistent, a persistent challenge in our community, and it's only been worsened by the pandemic. We are fortunate to have a lot of community members and organizations working on it in Jackson, but as you know, it's something that will take all of us across the state, and there is no silver bullet. I highlight and echo the comments made by Mayor Matt Hall on behalf of WAM and our fellow cities and towns across the state. And thank you for looking into this problem that's affecting all of our families across Wyoming. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the good mayor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else online? Okay, we'll go back to the deal. Welcome.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Scott Oversland. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Community Development Authority, and I just want to thank everybody here and thank the committee for bringing this up as an interim topic on workforce housing. Just to clear up a few things too, Wyoming Community Development Authority was established in 1975 as the state housing finances authority for the state of Wyoming. We handle mostly a lot of the funds that we handle are the federal funds that have come from the federal government. We are not appropriated any state funds in the beginning. I think there was about 200,000 loan to WCDA to start us up. That was subsequently paid back, and we received no appropriations from the state. We do manage, like I said, the federal programs. We manage several HUD programs. The home program, the National Housing Trust Fund program, and the CDBG program. Our other money comes for mortgages through, we issue tax exempt mortgage bonds on the open market, and we use those proceeds to purchase mortgages for first-time home buyers in the state. We also have a few other programs through Jenny Mae, where we sell mortgage-backed securities and that to finance mortgages in the state. So I know Mrs. Zerbakite talked about needing a state housing finance authority for the ARPA funds. WCDA did put in through the governor's office for 100 million. We requested 100 million in ARPA funding for housing programs within the state. The governor's office turned around and cut that back to about $25 million. And that was included in a bill that went before the Appropriations Committee. And then that was subsequently cut in the Appropriations Committee to zero. So nothing was financed through that. Mayor Hall and I were in Cheyenne and tried to get some of that money reestablished. But I think the thing we did succeed on was at least getting workforce housing and that topic before this committee. So I appreciate that. I appreciate, all the time that we have, everybody that's been involved in this. I think WCDA is here to help with that program. We take no state money already. I mean, if there was a program to be set up, I think that's where we do need funding for that. We have more local control within the state on, like has been noted before, a lot of that money from HUD and the low income housing tax credits comes with other stipulations that is really the red tape that everybody looks at. Is hard to get some of those things done within the state. And by having, figuring out a statewide solution to do some of these other funding types for those things that we are missing here would be very beneficial for the state of Wyoming. So I'll stand with that. And
thank you. Questions for Mr. Overson? Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got several questions, if you'll indulge me, please. First off are you capable of standing up the Wyoming Fair Housing Act?
Mr. Chair, Representative Duncan, at this point, I do not know what it all would involve. A lot of the times for our properties that we have for the low to moderate income, we get complaints from residents and that we have to handle and look into. But I haven't looked specifically at the Wyoming Fair Housing Act, but that could potentially be something that we could look at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And during COVID, you guys were the first ones with our first initial bill that went through, that you guys were the ones that allocated the funds. I actually called and had to walk applicants through and such. It was kind of a nightmare. Could you tell me your problems and why that wasn't as successful as it should have?
Yes. Mr. Chair, Representative Duncan, I think what happened in the early days of COVID, and that was very early on in the instance, there wasn't a whole lot of that type of money flowing through all the states. There was not a whole lot that we could fall back on. In that first step, I think, the bill and the way it was set up looked after what was being done in Montana. I think it was very restrictive. And in the language of that bill, the restrictions as far as what had to be done were in that bill. Subsequent monies that come through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the Housing Assistance Fund that the federal government later put out with very minimal restrictions on those types of things. And we have worked with the Department of Family Services to use the lessons learned from that Wyoming Emergency Housing Assistance Program, is what we called it in the early days. And that was where 15 million was put out. I think we had about 1.8 to 2 million of that money that went out in rental assistance. And yes, it was painful, but there was so many restrictions within the bill as far as what documentation was needed, what had to be done, and how they had to qualify for that it was very, very difficult to get that money out. In the subsequent programs, there's simply a lot of attestations that the renter has to note that they have a COVID-related hardship. Documentation doesn't have to all be collected, and so it's made it a lot simpler.
I'm good for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I have one. How much flexibility does WCDA have? You mentioned you're able to sell bonds and do transition. How much flexibility do you have, and could your program be used to expand more into helping backstop and raise more money?
I do, Chair, I do believe that we do have the ability to help do a lot of that. We'd have to research some of that. I know the housing bonds that we sell now are backed by those mortgages. So we would have to look at how to structure some of those things, but we do work with a lot of national funding organizations. We work through investment bankers that we have selected and worked with over the last 45, 50 years. So.
Little follow-up. I'm not very up on WCDA and I haven't read any of the statutes. When was it formed roughly, and how many do you serve at this point?
We were formed in 1975, as I said, and early on, it was our main product was our, doing our mortgage revenue bonds and then financing mortgages through the state. And then after that, subsequently, as HUD came out with programs, we started receiving those funding. And then the low-income housing tax credit is the tax credit program that we finance a lot of the affordable rental properties within the state with those monies. So we serve those with area medium incomes of 80% of area medium income and below is our main areas that we finance for.
Perfect, thank you. Do other states have similar programs?
Yes, Chair, there's all the other states, and I think there's Puerto Rico and a few other areas that have similar housing finance agencies. And as Mrs. Merkel had talked about, the housing trust fund that's ran in Iowa, it's through their housing finance agency, which is similar to WCDA.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the revenue bonds, and we have know that we're way below our allowed statewide cap when it comes to those entities. Just wondering what are the barriers to expanding upon that revenue source as we explore this option further?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator Boner, that is one of the things. We have annually, over 300 million in mortgage revenue bonds that could be, issued for the state. that amount, and then you can carry over to prior years. So we probably have over 800 million of unused volume cap that could be used for those purposes. The barriers that it's very limited in what it can be used for. So a lot of it, they're larger states. Of course, Wyoming being the lowest in population doesn't have the need. I mean, we don't have that many mortgages coming in each year for those that qualify for those mortgages. And then student loans used to use up to 30 million of that a year too. And when that went away as a funding source for student loans, it's only WCDA that really uses that source, and we don't have the the need for over 300 to 400 million of bonding authority each year.
Follow up.
And Mr. Chairman, it'd be interesting to see if that changes and how that changes as we see interest rates increase. And certainly, I think we're dealing with some supply issues, not in the housing market, but I think that's something that the committee should be aware of. That if that there is an opportunity for a form of funding stream, not direct funding, but through the use of revenue bonds to as one tool or arrow in the quiver, I think we deserve some opportunity to evaluate there.
Thank you. I agree. Can you get us the strings and the rules put together so we can get it emailed to the committee so we can kind of take a look at what those restrictions are so we know what we're looking at?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll get that information and get that information out to the whole committee.
Perfect. Thank you. We are at 12:17. I think we'll go ahead and take our lunch break till.
But you want a couple more testimony?
Do we have some online? Because I don't think we're gonna get done within an hour, probably. All right, you want to keep rolling then? What? Who does? Okay, if we got anybody that needs to do testimony before they leave, let's get them.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah. Come on up, General.
We take testimony
Yeah.
for 10, 15
Yeah, Mr. Collins. And yeah, we can do that and we'll do YDOT as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Collins again. I don't have a lot to offer in this, but a year ago, that handsome fellow in the cowboy hat took me to Wayne, Nebraska. Senator Nethercott was with me, Buck McVeigh, the head of the Wyoming Business Council, our chairman, our Dale Steenbergen. And we flew to Wayne, Nebraska to look at a housing factory. And I spent 3 or 4 years in college framing houses, so I was a little skeptical when we got there. But these were 2x6 constructed walls. They're built just the way I was taught to frame a house. And they're built in boxes, and then they strap wheels onto them, they haul them off, and in 48 hours, they can stand them up on your site. And when I left there, I thought this is a perfect thing for Wyoming. We're going to build a factory that will have 200 jobs that'll be way above average wages. So that'd be great economic development and manufacturing for Wyoming. And then the byproduct would stay in Wyoming in the form of those kinds of houses that it seems like we're not getting built. Those smaller single family homes, the duplexes, they can build fourplexes, 24-unit apartment buildings, but they can, with the economies of scale, build those homes faster and more affordably than we can build them. And I guess I'm a little frustrated in the last year that nothing seems to happen with that. We thought maybe the Business Council and somebody else might take that bull by the horns and get it done. But, I think we have an opportunity. We have a developer that wants to do it. So if you're in Upton and you need 3 houses and you don't have any workforce to build them, if you can get a foundation in the ground, we can put a house on it. Within, it gets there 48 hours later, it's done. Everything is in that house. It's finished except for the refrigerator and the furnace. I mean, the light bulbs are in, the furnishings are in. It's amazing. And he's been doing it there since 1978. And I just learned we have 2 of those going up in Cheyenne right now. So when you guys are down in October, I'm hoping we can maybe get you out to go tour that. I think it would be amazing. And then the last thing I wanted to say is, Mr. Scott asked about infrastructure. When we're trying to build affordable houses, all the inputs go into the cost of a house. And the one that I've been thinking about is the cost of land in Wyoming in many of our places is very expensive. And the state has lots of land and you're grazing it now. And if there's a way we could trade that land so that we could water and sewer it and we could pay grazing rates to put affordable housing on it, boy, that would sure be a way I think we could make a difference. I think in a lot of communities, we might have land close, but if not, maybe we could make some trades, bring that land close. You get the same revenue you're getting now, but we're going to be able to build affordable housing on it in somewhere like a land bank or some situation like that. Again, I'm a bicycle mechanic and I get that stuff real well, and this housing is tough. But if we could build a factory that could build a few hundred homes a year and put them into Wyoming, I think that would be a game changer. And if we could figure out a way to either help with the infrastructure or the land, I think that could help make housing more affordable. I have a son that works for the State Treasurer's Office, Mr. Fleming's group that's doing investments, and his wife is in school going to nursing school. And, you know, honestly, today, I don't know that they could buy a house in Cheyenne. It's kind of sad. And so I think this is the kind of thing we could do that might make a difference for them.
Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, my name's Mark Macy. I'm, some of you may know me. I was chairman of the lottery and vice chair of the lottery for a while. I am here with Mr. Ernst, really to testify a little bit in regard to the boots on the ground, the developers, the people who actually are out there building those houses. Mr. Ernst has put in a lot of time doing some due diligence on this housing factory. And right now, I think the housing factory over in Nebraska, they have a 2-year waiting list, three years now, even before you can get a house out of it. But once you get it up and running, they can, once you have the foundation, they can put those parts of those houses, which are 2022 International Building Code certified, put that on a truck, ship it out to a foundation and put it together in 30 days. You literally cut down the cost of the labor. You have all that building inside a building instead of, you don't have the weather, you don't have those issues. And right now, that's what we need in Wyoming is a factory that can put that together. I know we're stepping a little bit out a line here, but Mr. Ernst and I and a small group of investors have bought 8 acres of land up south of Jackson in Alpine, Wyoming. It's actually not within the city limits, but we're going to take a shot at affordable housing. It's a little daunting, and we flew up there, spent several days looking at a piece of property, and this factory is exactly what we need to build affordable housing. The cost right now in Teton County and in South is between $550 and $600 a square foot to build. So when you put those numbers together with all the infrastructure, all the things that go together, how do you get affordable housing at $500 to $600 a square foot? So Mr. Ernst and I want him to testify here. He's 30 years of affordable housing, 35 years affordable housing in Wyoming. He's built in every major city in town in Wyoming, from Gillette to Cheyenne to Douglas, Wheatland, Rock Springs, all over. This gentleman here knows more about affordable housing than anybody. So we're going to take a shot. I talked him into it of buying some land up in Jackson and trying to make this work. But we're the boots on the ground that are actually having problems making it affordable. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Ernst, and he'll give you the specific numbers.
Go ahead, Mr. Ernst.
Good afternoon, Chair and Senate and Representatives. It's 12:03 already. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I've been fortunate to came to this great state 40 years ago, and I think it every day. This is the greatest place in the nation. I'm so happy to be here. I've been fortunate enough to create a very successful group of businesses in all trades. One of my biggest questions is the state. Do you want to have growth or no growth? I see the problem lies mostly in the fact that we can't find people to do any work. I actually took advantage of the state's W2 R2B program this past year, and I went through the entire process to bring in employees with temporary visas. And again, I was supposed to have a whole group of folks come April 1st, and then nothing showed. From what I understood, there was 33,000 requests or eligible visas for the state, but there was 168,000 requests. So in turn, again, no employment, no way to create the needs that we have. I have over 250 people that do currently work with me. I needed an additional 80 this year just to continue to get all the work done that we're working on, along with the problem with employment. That creates a slowdown in the work we have, creates more interest, higher costs. Then we're dealing with on a weekly basis. I have my vendors calling me from plumbing, Ferguson Enterprises to direct door and lumber, and weekly we're seeing costs. We're seeing costs of 5 to 12% increases across the country on all commodities, all materials. So when we start talking about affordability, I don't think there's anything left right now. I really have come to the conclusion, the only thing I could see that could possibly support more affordability for the workforce that we need if we want the pro-growth in this state is we've got to have support from state lands and investments. I'll give you an example of something I had gone through clear back at the beginning of the Meade administration. Governor Meade had tasked me with trying to provide affordable housing for the Rollins Prison, Torrington, and Evanston State Hospital. And I spent a year of energy working on this and got to state lands and investments and shot down. Okay, nobody wanted to work with me. Nobody wanted to go any further. And I could never actually figure out who made the rules on who provided or who would sign the dotted line. In all locations, you had state land right next to both prisons and the hospital. I mean, within blocks. They could have been taken by the state, developed, water and sewer, electric, wet, dry utilities. They were all available. But again, nobody did anything. So now I am focused on that again. Our great mayor from Cheyenne, we were talking about the state lands and investments. There is about 120 acres laying right near Lowe's east of town that can be annexed into Cheyenne. The bump we have taken is, I believe, state lands has said, well, now this land is worth a lot more money and we don't want to give it up. So now we're running into that hurdle again. If we could have a 40-acre piece of that from the state and they would be willing to put up the funds to develop the streets, the water and sewer, we would have an opportunity to create a home that it's back in the 230s, maybe 240s, 270s. Right now, I do build the most inexpensive home in the state of Wyoming. And my most inexpensive home is a 1,500 square foot, 2-story, 3-bedroom, 2 bath, unfinished basement, double car garage. And I'm at $370,000. In 2005, I was building that house for $135,000. In 2018, I was building that house for $185,000. In the last 18 months, everything has gone absolutely bananas. If we could get the support from the state on the land side, I believe we would save between permits and land, we could save $100,000 a door. Infrastructure cost to put in water and sewer and utilities went from $3 a foot a few years ago. We're at nearly $9 a foot now. That's to move the earth, put the roads and streets and engineering and surveying and, get that piece of property ready for us to build houses on. I feel like the density in Cheyenne alone, it's a pretty good, the way it's done. We have several different options for multifamily duplexes versus single family. We have maximized the space or minimize the space so that we can put the most amount of homes on these subdivisions so that we're trying to keep it affordable, but there's nothing left. As a private sector contractor, I am running on slim margins, 3 to 5% in volume year over year over year. And without the help of the state on the land and investment and utilities, there is no possible way to create anything less expensive than what we're dealing with now. We are going up on a project to 3-story buildings. But even that project that I finishing in Cheyenne this next couple of months, that project in 24 months went from 14.5 million to $19 million because of increases in commodities, costs, and everything else. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to open up for questions, but I think you can feel the passion in me and how much I care about this state. And I don't know what else to do but to tell you, here's the problem. Here's how the state could help. Questions?
Mr. Ernst, I have a couple, I guess, maybe Mayor Collins even. You mentioned 550 to 600 a square foot up Alpine country, maybe more. What's the square foot cost coming out of the plant in Nebraska if you were gonna get one? And what are the transportation costs?
Well, I will let you know that approximately 2 years ago, I was around $90 a square foot, 85 actual cost. Currently, I'm at around 180 cost. The plant was very, very near my low number 2 years ago. I imagine they're very close to where I am today, which is probably about $170 to $180 a square foot, because we were virtually operating the same. The cost for transportation is $10,000 a unit. So
10,000 a unit to
yeah,
Cheyenne.
so let's say that's just a 1,500 square foot duplex cut in half, because it comes in 2 pieces. It's around $10,000. Hence, the savings by having that factory here is amazing. Those folks have invited me in open armed, come learn our process. Ed, you can stay here for 4 or 5 months if need be. I have had some support from who was our previous gentleman on the city council that works for the University of Wyoming. Glasses, Rocky Case is part of a group with the university that helps an institution and inputting and in building manufacturing facilities, and he has volunteered his services to help us put this together. They, again, go back to heritage homes. The gentleman started building twin homes in 1960 in Omaha, Nebraska, doing exactly what I'm doing. He realized the same problem that we are realizing, labor problems. And so he started his factory in 1970, and he has it streamlined and is willing to help me in any way, shape, or form to put this thing together. I feel like Cheyenne is the answer because I can be on a rail spur near both Burlington and UP. And I feel like if I could get more support on the H-2B program to bring the employees in, because obviously there aren't any, That would be the next needle in the haystack to fix the problem. And by doing that, I can create these widgets, small homes, what people can afford, and we can shovel out. Maybe the mayor had said, 200 to 300 a year. I believe I could shift it and probably shift work and maybe build as many as 500 a year.
So I'll be lead a little because that was the next couple of questions I had is one, what's capacity on their plant down there a year of, and I realize they do all kinds of other stuff. So it's going to be a rough range, but how many did they get out and how many employees?
When they were only doing widgets, I call them, they could put out 300 to 400 a year. Where they have excelled now is the mountains in Colorado. Because of the lack of labor, they're building these boxes that are creating $5 to $10 million homes with boxes, and they stack them and put them together, and you would never know that wasn't a stick framed home.
Yeah, I've seen that. And how many employees do they have then? To do
There's 27 lines, 3-man crews, so about 100 people on the line and about 25 in the management team. So between people that are building cabinets to engineers, draftsmen, CEO, management. They have crews that actually come out and help assemble, teach. So about 125 people total. I believe if you turn that into a crew ratio where we could actually build 2 8-hour shifts, because you have to have a drying period, I think we could, close to 300 people, 250 people on staff, because I would end up having to have a lot more people with trucking, shipping, if the rail's not available, to get these homes out, along with getting into the field to build the foundations to put these homes on. If the cities have their subdivisions developed and shovel ready, that's the key.
So
I do agree with Representative Clausen. The being a contractor and working in so many cities and having plumbing, HVAC, concrete, framing, all the different entities that we have, it's a real son of a gun that every time you go to a new city, you got to go get a new license. Even though you've been licensed for, HVAC, for example. I go from, from Casper to Rock Springs to Gillette to Cheyenne. In every city, I got to test again.
Yeah,
it's real difficult. And then when you're starting to talk about the magnitude of employees that have to go in there and do that, because it's not just the individual owner, it's every employee. It is very frustrating. I'm glad you brought that up earlier.
then roughly what would a plant cost to get one, to place one in Cheyenne, and how much acreage does it take? And then I'm kind of done. I've gone down a rabbit hole a little bit. I think it's an important part of what we're talking about.
Well, working with the mayor and Dale, I was able to get Josh and the Wyoming Business Council to offer somewhere between $6 and $9 million. I don't know the exact number. I had investors and other lumber yards interested in the support of this, but now everybody's pulling back on the reins.
Sure, but it was 6 to 9 million is what kind of where you're at to build that size plant?
No, I think total construction costs is going to be 25.
25, okay. That's what I was needing to know. Okay. And how much acreage does it sit on to do that?
I believe the plant is 100,000 square foot. Let me say we would probably need 10 to 15 acres.
Okay. Very good. Further questions, committee? Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity, when you talk about your square foot cost, and I think I know where it is, but that's without the dirt, right? That's just construction.
Without the dirt. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, I got that. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ernst, when you were talking about the SLIB or state land and investments and the land that they control, Were you proposing to purchase that?
No, I was proposing if the state needed the employees to completely fill the occupancy to fill the prison, get the employees to come out and develop that and then allow somebody to come in and build the housing so that you actually were utilizing the prison at its full potential. And I know it's not being used at its full potential. Same with Torrington and the state hospital. If we had the housing, it's no different than the problems in Jackson. Mark and I are looking at right now. They first of all said 2,000 beds. And in 2 weeks, they've now told us they need 5,000 beds. You know, there's no place for people to stay that is even semi-reasonable. In this day and age, it's cracked, it's nuts.
Follow up.
Well, I thank you for trying to help the housing in my district in Alpine. I appreciate that. And the workforce thing you were talking about, the H-2B.
That's through Wyoming Workforce Services. And there's an H-2-1, which is the agricultural for sheep herders, but the H-2B is for bring, you know, your waitresses, your construction workers. I actually was working with a broker out of Jackson, an attorney, Riley Ward, and Riley set the entire program up for our company and then set me up with a broker that would bring Hispanic workforce with temporary visas in. And I was going to have a test year and I asked for 20 people and it failed. But I wanted to see how to get started with it. I believe the state, listening to Wyoming Workforce Services there in Cheyenne, it's a real good program in the H-2-1 program. I don't think it's been tackled a lot in the H-2B, except for maybe over in the Jackson area, from what I've heard. I have been hawking myself against the head for 20 years now, trying to find employees and always trying to do the same thing and never getting results. And so I found this program and I was tickled to death that the state was offering it. And then yet it's failed me now. I still believe there is an answer and a solution there. I think I'm just at the beginning of it. Maybe I'm the rookie and I'm going to have to wait a little bit, but I believe it's a very good source to get workforce in here, and those folks want to work. We have so many people in Cheyenne that are not working, that are plumbers or electricians. I was actually having supper a week ago. There was 5 plumbers, journeyman plumbers sitting next to me. I heard them talking. They're on unemployment, sir, and they are working for cash. And I offered them $45 an hour to come to work for me, and they turned me down because they're collecting that unemployment and somebody's paying them cash to continue to work. They're making 6 figures. How is that helping our system? It's not. We have to fix the unemployment issue as well.
Further questions? Further questions? Thank you very much. Really appreciate you
Thank
taking
you.
the time and effort to come down. Same
Thank
for
you,
you,
Chair.
Mayor Collins. Thanks, Mark. Okay. What do we have left? General Reiner. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Luke Reiner, Director Whiteout. I don't have anything as exciting as what we just heard. I really wanted to sort of thank WHAM and everybody and you for taking the lead on this. And as you heard, Whiteout is participating in that work group. So you gotta say, hey, why is that? And I tell you that from my perspective, Whiteout's your largest state agency, and we provide services across this entire state. And our key asset is employees. And I prioritize taking care of employees above all else because, it's our most important asset. And in some places of the state, we are in enough shortage of employees that there's potential negative impact to mission. And that's of great concern to me, because as I think about, our purpose of connecting communities and supporting our state's economy and making life better and supporting our transportation system, it all counts on reliable employees who, are fairly compensated and have a place to live. And so we are in this business of, hey, where are our employees going to stay? Now, I'll tell you, and it, is YDOT already provides housing in many locations across the state. So if you go to our austere locations, you'll see it in Patrick Draw or Medicine Bow or Shirley Rim, or, just go down the list. What we're discussing now is a change. And the change is now housing and communities where normally in the past you could find a house, but now it's just becoming not affordable. And in my mind, it's really changed the construct. Our biggest challenge, everybody knows it, would be Teton County. We probably have, I think, 1 in 10 troopers who actually live in Teton County. And the maintainers are a little bit better, but the numbers are getting worse as the sort of the generation that's starting to retire. They pretty much have houses, but as they retire out, their replacements do not. And so really interested, in all communities to provide the services that we need. So really my focus and my commitment here is I really wanted to participate in this work group to look for solutions across the board as part of the collective, because I always think that we're better together, and we're better as we pool ideas and resources, and we're better as we think through it as a group. And so that's my focus in this space. We are actively working actually on housing in Teton County. We have some land. We've gone through the zoning process, working closely with county commissioners and leaders in Jackson. We are working on utilities right now, specifically a sewer system. We are looking for funding at this point now from other sources for the physical buildings, because funding actually for the infrastructure has become an issue for us. Not here to ask for money today, but just share with you that we're actually looking at other sources for the funding. So that's sort of where we're at, current state as we go forward. Switching gears just a bit, you heard it from Ms. Urberkite about smart cities and where people want to live and want to bike to work. So that's the other side of the coin for me, because we're actively involved in that space in terms of our transportation alternatives program. And there's actually a lot of resources in this current IJA bill in terms of the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act that's really focused on, hey, let's support that. And so as I talked with the Transportation Committee here probably a month ago, as we look at those transportation alternative programs, and the money's about doubled this year, is our focus really remains in the urban versus rural areas in terms of this alternate transportation and safe routes to school and take my bike to the grocery store. So just know that we're watching that, and I completely concur with her comments and think they're right in terms of, sort of our society and where we're sitting and how to best facilitate that. So with that, time short, just a couple comments, but would answer any questions if you have some.
Chris, Director Reiner. None, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody online? Nobody online? Anyone else in the audience? We're about to the end of the topic now. So anyone else? I think we're at the end. No public comments closed. Committee thoughts? Representative Duncan is bringing one.
I'd like to make a motion to create a housing authority underneath the Wyoming Business Council, and or to create a draft bill for Housing Authority under Wyoming Business Council. And within that, we can, and I don't know if we need to do the detail of making sure that the Wyoming Fair Housing Act gets placed into that. I don't know if that needs to be part of that now, but that's part of the intent.
Second by Roscoe, and I'd hope it'd be flexible enough. We could deal with all kinds of different agencies
Yeah.
and things. It ought to be a catch-all. So I think LSO good enough to leave that open enough that we can kind of do what we want. So, very good. Moved and seconded. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It's passed.
Mr.
Senator
Chair-
Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, just as we talk about this right now, just put a note to LSO, perhaps for our next meeting, is an understanding of where that enforcement in other states typically is housed, whether or not that's actually within a housing authority or some other agency, or if we need to actually pull in the more appropriate enforcement agencies associated with law violations into the conversation. So if we need to invite the Attorney General's office here as to why or why not they are not pursuing that, or if they're the appropriate agency, or what we need to do on that front. And then also probably evaluate whether or not the business council, which I'm thinking is probably not the right agency, but evaluate how other states house their housing authorities, if it's a standalone, or what partnerships they typically have, and what would be similar to Wyoming. Thanks.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The whole reason I did Wyoming Business Council was the idea of I'm not wanting to grow government. It's already there. It's already established. They already have granting capabilities, research, all of that. So that was just an easy place to put them. And so that was my understanding and idea for the public.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if we got flexibility, we'll have that conversation as we go through. And I think it was basically a directive that Senator Nethercott left, and we'll do that, assuming LSO thinks they can kind of pull that together for us. Is that all? Any other motions or thoughts?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nethercott.
Oh, sorry, question, yeah.
No, question on that motion.
Oh, we voted on it. And yours was kind of a directive, Senator Nethercott. What you did was, I didn't take it as a motion necessarily. It was kind of directed to LSO.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to have a bill draft to adopt a state housing trust fund, similar to the state of Iowa, for the committee's consideration, just again for further discussion.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're there. Further motions.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case.
could we just get some information from WHAM about contractor licenses and how they treat them between communities, and whether there's any reciprocity, or if they would consider that? Because contractors take, it's called the WHAM test. They all take the same exam. They get the same licenses. I was wondering how transferable they are to other communities. Maybe they could get us some information on that.
Great catch, Senator. Yeah, come on. Go ahead, come on up. We're online, so it's hard to do it from outside. Welcome again, and you have to identify yourself again.
I'm Edward Ernst with Monument Home Builders out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Not every, through you, sir, not every city recognizes WHAM. They have their own method of licensing. They have a test they created some years ago, and so not everybody uses the same system. That's a problem.
Very good.
Thank you, Chair.
There we go. We're back in business. Welcome. Mr. Frazier. Yeah.
Thanks. For the record, David Frazier, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. I take issue, everybody recognizes WHAM, don't they? We just, we used to do the contractors licensing exams. And I'm not sure when, it was sometime before my tenure, but sometime before my tenure, WHAM stopped doing that. And I'm not sure who does that now, but the licensing that you're talking about that used to be done through WHAM is no longer done through WHAM.
Thank you, Senator Case. I think that's a great topic and a catch.
Yeah,
I think we'll do some research on that. And
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, maybe there's a way we could encourage a more statewide presence so contractors can go to where their work is.
I think Contractor Association might help us on that. I'm thinking maybe a statewide deal because basically it's the same. There are safety issues. So maybe we ought to be
Fair enough.
going down that.
Let's look into it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Burt, do you have something you need? Okay, anything further? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Oh, yeah, Senator Scott as well.
Senator Scott, go ahead and we'll do Co-Chairman after you.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's appropriate to do some drafts and look at things, but I'm a little concerned here that we're seeing a classic way where the government is just growing its way and taking over more and more of our society. And I'm concerned that a good part of the problem is with the government. I think Representative Duncan articulated some of those problems very well. I think there's some infrastructure problems on top of that that are in part caused by or should be solved by the government. And then we go, I hope we avoid saying, okay, well, the government's created a problem, so we'll create a new government program and grow the government some more to solve it. When what we really need to do is cut some of the government back and put find a way to restrain some of the things the government does that makes it hard to build an affordable housing. So just a warning going future. I hope we don't go let's just throw more government money at it kind of approach.
Well taken. Thank you. Questions for Senator Scott? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Oh, I was just going to do a directive to LSO to invite the business council to our next meeting when we talk about housing. I mean, I do think there's some initiatives that I would like to throw some questions to the business council, make sure we're on the same page on their philosophy and what if they could take on a housing authority and what type of projects we could partner with, either through SLIB or separate mechanisms to enable housing production in our state.
Thank you. And kind of last, I was prepared to kind of ask for a subcommittee, but I think I'm just going to warn everybody, probably going to be looking at it next meeting. Maybe I think this is a deep enough topic that some of the stuff's going to have to be winnowed back out into some bills. We've done some bill drafts and I think that gets us far enough. But if we're really going to take this issue on, it's going to have to go further in depth legislatively than just throwing out a bill draft at a meeting. I think we're gonna have to sit down and go through some issues hard. So I'm not gonna bring it up this one. I think everybody's got their plates full for the summer going into election, but probably our next meeting, be prepared that we're gonna ask for and some of you that might want to volunteer, bring some others in to really take a hard look at this, because this is a giant issue. And it's certainly not gonna get solved by a couple 2-hour meetings. That's just not going to happen. So that's fair warning. With that, I think we're done. If anyone wants last word on the topic, we can take it. And if not, I'm going to pull the committee whether they want to keep slogging along. We're up in the Northeast long ways, or if you want to break for lunch now. What? I'm guessing it's going to be an hour to an hour and a half. We've got a pretty good deal from Liberty Group, but that's just an off the hip deal. So I'm at the pleasure of the committee. I'm a 10-minute drive from my house. So committee thoughts? Well, I'm fine. If you want to keep going, I have no complaints. Like I said, I live here, but that's whatever anybody wants. Quick poll. Nobody's saying much. What?
If we could say we're done in 45 minutes, I would just plow through the problem.
I don't think we can be done in 45. Do we want to order some lunch in that we get so you're ready to eat right at the end? Do whatever you want. What? Okay, I think the consensus was,
Is that okay for LSO?
yeah. That's, looks tough to me, but. You what?
So we should.
Let's take a 10-minute break and we're going to poll and then we'll make an announcement.
Just take.
Okay, we're going to take an hour break. It is, all right, 2:00.